If you haven't had a chance to do so yet, I would definitely make your way on down to the Half Track Snack Shack. They are still serving breakfast, and I believe they will continue to serve breakfast up until about 11 o'clock or 12, somewhere within that time frame. As well as that, you can also pick up titanium strip at Mission Raceway Park souvenirs over at the Pro Shop, which is just across the lot from them. So definitely check out the Half Track Snack Shack. They've got some absolutely great food there. I know tater tots seem to be a favorite among the staff, at least, at Mission Raceway Park.
again want to welcome everyone to the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway for the NHRA Summit ET Series race number 6. That is today. Tomorrow, race number 7. We are also glad to have the CMDRA Bike Series in today, as well as the Canada West Doorslammers. So it is going to be a jam-packed day of racing. And with all those different schedules, along with, 3 complete individual schedules, we're going to be asking for everyone's cooperation when your call is made to the lanes, that you respond as promptly as possible, and we'll try to make it as clear as possible what is going to be happening and when. Remind all racers that Mission Raceway is a left side racetrack, so when you're putting your number and your dial in on your vehicle, we need that on the left side. And please, and we always say this, make it large, make it legible, make it so that we can read it from about not 6 feet, not 10 feet, but 75 feet away. So left side for your numbers and your dial-ins. So we will be calling to the lanes very shortly. Sportsman, and that is going to be followed by Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, and then Junior Thunder and Junior Lightning. And then we'll have Image Motorsports Super Pro, Hot Rod, Junior Street, Motorcycle, and then we'll call up the CMDRA for a test session, Super Combo, and then Super Shifter to round out the rotation. Canada West Doorslammers, you're on your set times 12, 2, and 4, as is the CMDRA. So once again, we should be calling you to the lanes very shortly. Sportsmen, consider yourselves on standby. Everybody who is watching the activities online on YouTube, I want to thank the good folks at Valley Tech for the fine visuals that you are watching there. The video sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts. We had some requests for, let's take a look at other views of the facility. Specifically, let's look at what's happening on the burnouts. So we have a special burnout cam that has been installed, and that will be in place moving forward. But I want to welcome everybody online as you watch the NHRA Summit ET Series race number 6 getting underway momentarily. In between any of the racing action, we always encourage you to visit the Pro Shop. Pro Shop is located right across the path from the concession stand, otherwise known as the Half Track Snack Shack. And so if you've had the opportunity to visit the Snack Shack, you know that there's lots of great food available there. Everything from hamburgers, chicken strips, hot dogs, French fries, tater tots, and a good selection of breakfast items as well. So do by all means visit the Half Track Snack Shack. Also at the Pro Shop, all sorts of NHRA and Mission Raceway souvenirs are available. I have up here in the tower Nolan with me. And Nolan, were you out yesterday?
I was, though I was not up here. I was working down at the ET Shack on the other end of the racetrack.
And so what was your sense of the Friday night street legals or Friday night racing that took place?
Wasn't out here for the street legals. Was for the test and tunes, though.
There was no street legals. That's right. I think I watched some of that online, and when I saw everybody packing up, I realized, yep, there's probably that is it for the day. Had some interesting cars make some good passes, no question. Some of the 8th mile cars were doing some good squirts down to the 8th mile, so it's nice to have the opportunity for that kind of thing, and we will, throughout the day, as time permits, have some testing and licensing passes available. There will be some, I'm sure, moments in between rotation where we can squeeze that in. All right. It is that time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to call Sportsman to the lanes, please. Sportsman, we need you to the lanes. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And that means Pro Bracket. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you are on standby. And we will make a special announcement. If you are running in, well, whichever class you are running in, make sure that you do have a qualifying run in that rotation. If for any reason you miss, you're running in 2 classes or whatever, if you have missed your run in each rotation, you need to see Dave Strell, and he will see how he can insert you into the run. But you do need to make a qualifying run to guarantee that you're on the ladder in each rotation, all right? So, Sportsman, we need you to the lanes. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you are on standby. He assembles Sportsman in the staging lanes. Once again, want to thank everybody who is watching online. 9:26 it says. Looking at about 13 degrees, so the track temperature is going to be ready to go at 9:30 in about 5 minutes here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Titanium Auto Group is the Lower Mainland's leading pre-owned car dealership, offering nothing but the finest in pre-owned vehicles. Regardless of budget, Titanium provides you with a first-rate buying experience. Titanium deals in only the most exceptional pre-owned cars, trucks, minivans, and SUVs because that is what their customers have come to expect. They have 2 stellar locations which are located in beautiful Langley. BC Titanium's flagship store is located at 9494 200th Street, just south of the Golden Ears Bridge. On the corner of Fraser Highway and Willowbrook Drive is where you'll find their second superb location right across the street from Willowbrook Mall. That is the Titanium Auto Group, and we certainly appreciate them stepping up with their sponsorship here at Mission Raceway for 2022. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you are on standby. Sportsman, you should be in the staging lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your first qualifying session of this, the NHRA Summit ET Series race number 6. All right, Nolan, here we go. This is qualifying session number 1. And we begin, as always, with the Sportsman category. The Sportsman category is 12 seconds and slower. It's going to feature a wide variety of vehicles, no electronics accepted, but as I say, 12 seconds and slower, so they cannot run any quicker. 12 seconds. And we're going to kick things off with Scott Wilson and Brendan Piscatchik. Scott from Delta over here, Tower side, in the Malibu station wagon. Brendan, he's driving the 2002 Lexus on the Lordco side. This will be our first pair, qualifying session number 1. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro bracket. Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. We're going to call you to the lanes. This is your call. Bring them up. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. This is your call to the lanes. Bring them up as Brendan runs a 1575, 89 miles an hour. And Scott Wilson in the Malibu goes 1320, 102 miles an hour. And that brings up our next pair, which is Sylvia Hoogston in the Mustang. No information yet in the computer for the pickup in the other lane, but that will be coming shortly. Sylvia running in Sportsman as well as the hot rod category. Drivers head down the quarter mile and break the beams with a 12.60 for Sylvia at 107 miles an hour. 12.70, 100 miles an hour for the pickup truck in the other lane, the Lordco side of the racetrack. Bruce Sturts now. Sturts from Langley, driving a car that you do not see very often on the racetrack, a 1969 AMC Rambler. Steve Baskerville, I guess you could say the same thing. You do not see very many 2016 Golfs on the racetrack, but there is certainly one there right now. Baskerville from West Vancouver, Lordco Lane, Rambler, going 009 red. We always make the clarification. Red lights in qualifying are not a disqualifier. Steve Baskerville, 1254 to 110 miles an hour. The Rambler 1624 to 83 miles per hour. Red light is not a disqualifier during qualifying because you are racing essentially against the clock to establish time on your dial. Bill Wells and Sidney Jung next. Jung driving the 96 Camaro over on the Lordco side. Bill Wells over here in the 81 Malibu. Gang pushing the tree. Sidney goes red. At the top end, Bill Wells goes 1240. Gets there first, 109 miles an hour, 1407. 99 miles an hour for Sidney. Randy Hermsen. He was driving a very different vehicle, AMC Eagle, which was in the AMC annals, one of their top cars, 4-wheel drive. From Surrey in the Lordco lane. He's going to get there with a 1224 to 111 miles an hour, 1327. 105 miles an hour for Randy Hermsen in his big old Oldsmobile. You got a call to the lanes, Nolan?
I do indeed. We're going to make that second call for Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket to come to staging lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. And as well as that, we're also going to make the call for Peden Industries Junior Thunder and Lightning to the lanes. We're going to get Junior Thunder to lane 1 and Lightning to lane 2.
And heading down track in his 1977 Pacer is Jim Mantle, who was runner-up in the Sportsman points last year. He runs a 14:49 at 90 miles an hour, while Scarlett Morin Motorsports 1980 Blue Malibu goes 12:78, 105 miles an hour. In the pickup, Tower Side 2003 Sonoma, Mike Brady. In the other lane in the 68 Plymouth, Eric Hansen from North Vancouver. So Hansen in the Lordco lane stops the clocks at 12:87, 104 miles an hour. In the other lane, Brady goes 12:62, 100 even. Here comes Tom Katnick and Joanna Ribello now. Ribello in the 86 Corvette, Katnick in the 69 Beaumonts. First runs of the morning, and everybody's pushing the tree just a little bit to get a sense of what that reaction time should be. Katnick goes 12:30 at 97 miles an hour. Ribello 14:33 at 94 miles an hour. Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket, you should be in the staging lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Pro bracket, you should be in the staging lanes. So junior dragsters, you should be rolling into the staging lanes as well. Peden Industries Junior Dragster. Pete Thunder in lane 1, Lightning in lane 2. You can bring them up. Greg Marshall takes the Cutlass to a 12:46, 109 miles an hour. And by my guesstimation, that is going to do it for Sportsman. So I'll turn it over to Nolan, who will give you the results of the first qualifying session for Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket.
First pairing up going to be John Barrichello in the 1967 Coronet going up against Nick Ribello in the MFB Custom Aluminum Jet Boat 78 Regal. Regal stage is up first in the Lordco lane. Mello trying to tree down, but runs down a bit too hard. Goes 154 red. Barrichello 041 to the good. At the top end, Barrichello goes through 118.5 miles an hour for 11.1 seconds. And Nick Ribello 11.4 at 115 miles an hour. That'll bring up Veronica Hodgson and Jay White. Dodge Dart going up against the Mustang from 1988. Wheels of Launch for Jay White will go 007 red on the tree, and look at that Mustang go flying to the top end. Clocks in at 9.767, 134 miles an hour. Hodgson goes 12.642 at 108. Stu Funk Up next, out of Lake Country, is Stuart Funk Plumbing 1970 Chevelle going up against Walter Johnson, his own Chevelle out of Abbotsford. The 1970 model going up against 72. Two green bulbs, one better than the other. 014 on the tree for Walter Johnson, 327 for Stu Funk. So for Funk, a little bit of work needed on the starting line. Johnson gets there first, 11.315 at 118 miles an hour. Stu Funk, 11.057 at 121. Bring it up, Bill Wells in the TNT Auto machine going up against John Vandeven in the Firebird. Vandeven red on the tree, but as we've said before, red lights do not equal disqualification. In qualifying, you will get a second hit to try it again on the starting line. Does manage to get there first, 9.997 at 130 miles an hour. Bill Wells, 11.593 at 114 miles per hour. And last call here for Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. Your class is running now. So if you are not in the stage limit, you do need to get down here immediately as your class is already qualified. Tim Cornish has Dell Northgrave's speed on the tree, 035, 263. But Northgraves in the Nova out of Mid Meadows gets there first, 10.544, 126 miles an hour. Tim Cornish, the local racer out of Mission, in the Stang 2, 11.106 at 118 miles per hour. So here's Dave John, the old 96 Camaro, going up against Brian Vader's Dodge, Barhead, Alberta. John goes 036 on the tree to Vader's 046. Vader gets there first in the Dodge, 9.940 at 134 miles an hour. Dave Jung goes 10.840 at 122. So here's Lorenz Schwartz. His car looking very different than the Monte Carlo he ran in race number 5 when his car broke in his qualifying runs. I'm going to take a wild stab here and say he probably hasn't gotten that car fixed yet.
But I think it's a testament to, you know, a racer's mentality. He races on, so let me find a car that I can race. And so Lorenz Schwartz having problems on the start line getting staged up. Like he might be backing that car out of the way as Dennis Winton headed down track, goes 1171, 113 miles an hour for that Bel Air grocery getter station wagon. So we are winding our way down slowly to the final few cars in Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. You know, Nolan, I thought it was interesting how Dave Jung, who drives a 69 green Camaro, has his daughter, who's come up from the junior dragster category, racing her own 69 green Camaro. So that's a family affair if I ever saw one.
Pretty sure there was even a couple of seasons where City Jung ran that Camaro in the junior street category as well.
She did indeed, yeah.
Craig Johnson finally making his return in the Malibu. He's been running a very black station wagon looking car for the last few races, but now the old classic blue 1979 Johnson's Customs exhaust Malibu is back in play. He'll be going up against Jeff Whitworth, his Precise Mechanical 84 S10. Craig Johnson had deep staged the car, and that might have been a contributing factor to why he went 034 red on the tree. Jeff Whitworth 071 to the good, 9722 at the top end of 135 miles an hour, while Craig Johnson puts down a 12.655, 97 miles an hour. Jim Benke made a couple of test hits yesterday. Did have a little bit of a leaking problem though late in the day. It looks like that's all been fixed up though as the Barracuda goes up against Chris Stone's Dodge. Whoa, getting a bit close to the center line there for Jim Benke, well out of the groove. But 003 on the tree, he definitely still has it in the Barracuda, at least on the start line. Chris Stone got there first, 9981 at 131 miles an hour. Jim Benke goes 11.079 at 96 miles an hour. Benke at the moment with that 003 light, I believe will sit as your #1 qualifier.
So we're just looking at the qualifying order so far in Pro Bracket, and sitting in the #1 spot is Jim Benke. He has been absolutely a terror, chopping down the Christmas tree with his reaction times. He's in the #1 spot with a 003, his first hit at the tree this morning, and it's a 003. I was wandering in the pits at the last race, and I said, Jim, what's going on? How are you, what's going on with your reaction times? They're absolutely stellar. And he said, with no hesitation, that he's a reborn man. He said he survived a bad case of COVID, and he is absolutely on fire with life. And that seems to be translating itself to his reaction times on the track. The wheels seem to be up a little bit higher on that Barracuda, and his reaction time is just always on the money. So starting out in #1 with a 003.
Well, you did see that the starting line crew was working on mopping up something on the starting line, conveniently where Jim Benke's Barracuda was sitting. So perhaps not quite as fixed from yesterday as you might have hoped, but fingers crossed that doesn't develop into something worse throughout the day, because obviously Jim Benke, always a driver to look out for when you're on the track. He's always one that can put on an entertaining show.
Absolutely. And this is probably a good point to say to all the racers who are in the pits, when you bring your car to the staging lanes, it's always good to check the wheel wells and all the hidden access areas. Please ensure that it is clean, no gravel, no water, no whatever substance. We would like to keep the starting line, obviously, as you would, as clean as possible. So do check all of those hidden areas and recesses for gravel or water or whatever.
So Mike Hottingham out of New West, BC in the 1967 Fairlane. I think this is going to be his first race on the scene against Eric Stone in the Chevrolet. How's that for a wheels-up launch from Nottingham? 264 on the tree, but for Eric Stone, I think he might have been caught napping. A reaction time of over a second. You are not going to win any races anytime soon with reaction time that has 4 digits in it. So work to be done on the tree, but again, good news. There is one more qualifying hit left. Nottingham did get there first, went 9.481 at 139 miles an hour. So Rich Dye's getting set to stage the Nova, racing out of Poco, BC, in his Transporters Logistics machine, going up against Ross Walker's Chevy 2. Two green lights that are pretty close to each other, 056 to an 062. Rich Dye's, though, at the top end will easily get there first, 11.175 at 118 miles an hour. Ross Walker slowly making his way up. I think it's safe to say that was a pass that didn't go to plan, because 17.768 at 61 miles an hour is, well, that's not the Chevy 2 that Ross Walker drives that I know of, at least. That thing has a lot of speed underneath it, and will likely try to get some better data later in the run. Jeff Bell taking his dart sport to the likes of James Dobson and his Ron's Engine Machine 1970 Camaro. It's been a while since we've seen Dobson out to play so far this year, but glad to see both him and Bell finally making their return to Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket competition. 030 red on the tree for Jeff Bell. Dobson is 43 thousandths to the good. Jeff Bell, 9.533 at 139 miles an hour. Gets there just a second sooner than Dobson's 10.513 at 127 miles per hour. And that'll bring up Daryl Stilby in the Stilby Construction 64 Chevelle, going up against Heather Hornall's Brady Electrical Contracting Sonoma. And Stilby's just backing it up slightly, just getting himself repositioned while the starting line crew does a little bit of work. And Stilby will be backed out of the water box. This has just turned into a single run for Heather Hornall, racing out of Chilliwack. They saw something on Stilby's car that they were not a fan of. And you can guess what, based on how much use those mops are getting in the TCS lane towards the water box. Hornall getting a little bit close to the center line. 125 on the tree will go through at 11.607 at 116 miles per hour. One more single pass. This one starting Lordco side, William Wood in the 1992 Mustang out of Langley, BC. Car's got a quieter but a much more high-pitched roar on the back of it, and you see the parachute on the back. That means this is one of the quicker cars in this class. As the car can run a certain speed, you are mandated to have a parachute on your car. Ooh, 387 on the tree. That's not at all looking like a healthy run. On and off the throttle constantly, and will just coast through. So a run to forget for William Wood.
Yeah, I was going to say, not one for the record books by any stretch there. It's a good thing you get two of these passes in qualifying, right? His first one not going to be one that he'll pay much attention to. Goes 14.57, actually, 98 miles an hour at the stripe. But, yeah, he's on and off, on and off, on and off. So there we go.
Attention in the pits. Image Motorsports Super Pro. We're calling you up to the lanes. Image Motorsports Super Pro. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. Our last pass wrapping up Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. We get set to roll into Peden Industries Junior Dragsters.
Junior Dragster time it is. Peden Industries Junior Dragsters. Two categories. Junior Thunder, which we'll see first, and Junior Lightning. Thunder is for Drivers aged 5 to 12 years of age. So you can get into one of these junior dragsters as young as 5 years of age. And when you get up to 12, you move up into the quicker and faster lightning category, 13 to about 16. And then you probably might be interested in moving into a full-sized vehicle at that point. So we're going to kick off the Thunder category with Hunter Gallant and Emily White. Emily over on the Lordco side from Mission, sponsored by Pioneer Truck, Lordco, and TNT. Hunter Gallant from Chilliwack here, Tower side, sponsored by BDL Auto, Super Steve Tires. 2008 chassis for Hunter Gallant. Had a brand new paint job, black with the green flames sprung on him earlier in the year. He was just having the car maintained, and Dad says, here, come on, take a look. And all of a sudden, there it was, all brand new, painted up. So Hunter sporting new colors for 2022. Emily over in the other lane. So the junior dragster category, they race to the 8th mile. In Thunder, you're looking at anywhere from 14 seconds to maybe as quick as 9 seconds. And usually it's in the 40 to 60 mile per hour range. So 8.80 for Emily, one of the quicker Thunder cars out there, 74 miles an hour. Hunter Gallant, 1191 at 53. You tune the cars to the age of the driver. So the younger the driver, the slower the car is going to be. Everybody gets 2 runs, as in all the other categories. They pick a dial-in, and that's the number that they race against. That differential is put into the computer, and you have a handicap start for the slower car, and the quicker car has to sit patiently waiting. Nick Bond coming up now on the TCS side. Nick, son of Pro Mod racer Justin Bond. Candice Rodriguez in the other lane, Lordco side, sponsored by Milron Truck and Body. Chilliwack, Ken Specialty as well, Tri-City Cutting and Corvette West getting shout-outs from Candice, and obviously getting a lot of support for her racing enterprise. The Rodriguez family sporting some other 8th mile racers that we'll see in Door Wars. So Nick Bond, first of 2 Bond junior dragsters, getting set for pass number 1. And Nick gets there 893 at 73 miles an hour. 893, Candice 1192, 53 miles an hour. And that is going to bring up Alex Green, making his mark in the category. Last year was a winner of Door Wars 9. He won Junior Thunder at the JBS Junior Shootout and runner-up at the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder event. He is one of the younger racers in the category. His car was orange last year, and through constant badgering by the announce crew, he wanted to get it to the proper color. It's Green Family Racing. The car needs to be green. Mom says he spent a lot of time picking out the exact shade of green that he wanted, and it's a good-looking junior dragster, no question about it. April Bond in the other lane, sponsored by JBS, of course. During qualifying, if you're wondering what the reaction times are, all you have to do is look at the reader board at the top end. April goes 1080 at 60 miles an hour. 1393 for Alex at 45. So as I was saying, if you are interested in what the reaction times are, a perfect reaction time is .000 trip zip. But during qualifying, you can see the reaction times posted on the reader boards at the top end to see who actually was leaving the start line first. During racing, of course, that is not posted there, because when you're racing against a dial-in, there is an awful lot of competition to get to the stripe first without breaking out. Knowing what your opponent's reaction time can go a long way to helping you get there, so that time is masked. We don't see any reaction times posted on the reader board. Instead, what you will see is their dial-in, so you will know who actually was the slower car, who got the handicap start, and then it's up to them to make sure that they do not break out. Okay? Heather Thompson rolling into the stage beams here on the TCS side. Wesley Armstrong, sponsored by BD Diesel and Badass Garage, who are usually on the property selling their wares, and we'll talk about that later. Hunter Thompson, 11:56 at 53 miles an hour. Wesley goes 13:79 at 45 miles an hour. It's going to bring up the next pair. McKenna Thompson and Jackson Dew. We have been having great fields of junior dragsters, upwards of 20 in the category. So it is populated with some absolutely spectacular racers here in 2022, and that bodes well for the future of young racers as well. Kenneth Thompson, one of the JBS cars here tower side. Jackson from Langley, sponsored also by JBS and Grandpa. So Grandpa investing a little bit into Jackson's junior dragster. We're still in the Thunder category for ages 5 to 12 years of age. All racers, whether you're in a full-bodied car or a junior dragster, you roll forward, break the pre-stage beam, and then have another 8 inches of travel to break the stage beam, and then the starter initiates the tree at that point. .894, 73 miles an hour for Jackson. And McKenna goes 10:42, 62 miles per hour. As we continue in the Thunder category, Connor Jackson and Ashton Katnick will be the next pair. Ashton on the Lordco side. Maple Ridge is home, sponsored by TK Performance. Ashton on the Lordco spectator side. Here on the TCS tower side, Connor Jackson from Abbotsford, sponsored by TKO Hot Rods and Fitness Lab. It's a 2004 Cosby chassis. Both drivers go red, but will still get a time because the tree was activated. They didn't leave before. 11 flat, 61 miles an hour for Connor, 14:45 for Ashton, 44 miles an hour. Adam Katnick will round out the Thunder category, I believe. Adam also getting support from TK Performance. And Adam runs runs a 9:42 at 71 miles an hour. Making a licensing pass, Alana Everett from Langley. Alana getting some financial support for her junior dragster from Bubba Speed Shop and the Old Car Center. Notice that they pushed the junior dragster back because she moved forward a little bit too much, and that is called deep staging, when you move forward and actually turn out the top bulb. And deep staging is not necessarily allowed in every category. In most categories it's not. In the pro categories, of course, in the Camping World Series, deep staging is allowed. On a licensing situation, there are approximately 6 runs that have to be made in order to get your competition license. Those 6 runs would probably consist of, in general terms anyway, you're looking at 2 hits off the start line. So you want to hit on the green, under power, and then basically off the throttle and coast through, and then the next 2 will take you to the midway point. If it's a quarter mile, you want a full pull to the 8th mile, or in this case 330 feet. And then the last 2 licensing passes will be for full quarter mile or 8th mile. Attention in the pits, hot rod. We're calling hot rod to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2, hot rod. Bring them up. To Junior Street, you will be on standby, but hot rod, bring them up. Super Pro, Image Motorsports Super Pro, you should be in the staging lanes. Here we go now with the quicker of the 2 junior dragster categories, Lightning. Junior Lightning, Dee Dee Stanley and Abigail White. Abigail runs a 7:99 at 81 miles an hour. Lordco side, Dee Dee goes 9:29, 69 miles an hour. And that brings up CL Gagnon and Lexi Winterbottom. CL, part of the Big Kids Racing team on the property with some Nitro Harleys, I believe, and set to be making a run or 2 tomorrow. That's what I heard. Don't quote me on that, Nolan. Don't quote me on that. CL from Qualicum Beach. Her dad, Nate. I think Nate actually holds the top fuel record here. Top fuel Harley. Well, it doesn't look like it. There was a few races back in 2014 where 624 on a two-wheel top fuel Harley at 235 miles an hour. Yikes. CL and Lexi. 790 for CL, 81.90 miles an hour, and Lexi goes 839 at 77 miles an hour. All right, if you were watching the test and tune yesterday on the live stream, you saw Colton Morin's brand new dragster. It's a 2022 Mike Boss Junior dragster, and what a slick-looking machine that is, as it emulates the Top Fuel cars that are on the Camping World Series in its own special way.
How often do you see the roll cage actually being covered on these junior dragsters?
Only a couple of cars I've ever seen, and again, it's an attempt to emulate the full-size cars in these half-scale models. So add the wing to it, and well, you can see Colton's on a charge there. 798 at 80 miles an hour. And Emma Debris Coos goes 926, 70 miles an hour. I'm trying to imagine in my own head going 80 miles an hour when you're sitting 2-3 inches off the ground. That's got to look really, really swift. Aiden Katnick and Lincoln Shirk, our next pair. Lincoln in the titanium Rad JS sponsored blue junior dragster, 822 on the Lordco side, 79 miles an hour. Aiden Katnick goes 784, 82 miles an hour. So we have a big field of Junior Thunder, a little bit smaller, more condensed field of the Lightning Junior Dragster category.
Just a wee bit.
That's true. We'll work through that field pretty quick. Attention in the pits, Hot Rod. Hot Rod, you should be rolling into the lanes. Hot Rod, you should be in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And Junior Street. All Junior Street competitors, we need you for your first hit. Lanes 5 and 6, please. Junior Street. Lanes 5 and 6. So Super Combo, we're going to put you on standby as we have called Hot Rod to the lanes and Junior Street. Super Combo, you are going to be on standby. So Jim Benke going and taking a look at the start line. Jim, I was just going to suggest you sharpen up your reaction times, but you know, 003. Cars coming under the bridge as we get set for qualifying in the next category. That is going to be Image Motorsports Super Pro category. Take a pause while the burnout completes. Super Pro for all cars running between 7 seconds and 11:99. So as qualifying continues, we get quicker, we get faster. There are all kinds of electronics accepted in this category. So you'll see some cars take the green and just accelerate all the way through. You might see some with a delay box or with a trans brake. You'll see a variety of different uses of electronics in this category.
Craig Johnson and Jen Christensen going to be the first pairing up. The Malibu wagon going up against the Nova. Both races play. And how's that for a good light? Craig Johnson immediately setting the pace with a 003 light. Christensen gets there first by a mile though. 8.508 at 159 miles an hour. Johnson goes through with a 10.7 dead at 121.2 miles per hour. Qualifying once again off of reaction time. So if a driver wants to be on the #1 qualifying spot, well, you're going to have to beat a 003. Not easy to do. Richard Love in the SS Motorsports S10, taking it to Martin Rochelle's Malibu. .849 on the top end for Martin Rochelle at 128 miles an hour. Richard Love goes 11.986 at 121. Bring up Stephen Veach in the Lordco / Acumen Firebird. Going up against Jason Gibson in his own Mustang. Say Wes Voth. Wes Voth's goal for this run, 150 miles an hour, gets there at 142. Now there is an interesting car we have not seen out all season long. Roger Manson. Taking a very unique looking car. Going up against Darren Buick out of Mission. That is apparently a Jeep. Believe it or not. I didn't believe it. But I've been corrected. Attention to all CMDRA competitors. We're calling you to the lanes for your test hit this morning. You promised one around 10:30 or so, so come on down. CMDRA competitors, you can make your way to the staging lanes for your first test hit on the... Roger Manson goes through 9.194 at 133 miles an hour. Darren Buick, 9.032 at 147. Kelly Voss in the hardtail dragster goes through 9.018 at 144 miles an hour. Al McKay Smith clocks in a 9.497 at 137 miles an hour. Wanted to make another call for Peden Industries Junior Street to come to the staging lanes. Peden Industries Junior Street, we need you to the lanes for your first qualifying hit on the morning. John Jenkins, Mike Robinson, 1988 S10 going up against the 1927 Roadster. Oh, so close. Rip zip. John Jenkins goes 001 red on the 25 is good for Mike Robinson, who gets there first. 9.122 at 142 miles an hour. Your eyes do not deceive you. Justin Bond out to play in the 23 M&M Top Dragster with Ted Buss beside him in the Shawnigan Trucking 1934 Ford. Justin Bond, local racer out of Mission. And Justin Bond getting a little bit too close to the wall for comfort, lifts out of the throttle about the 8th mile and coasts to a 9.315 at 94 miles an hour. The dragster will have another hit later today. Ted Buss went 027 on the tree in the Shawnigan Trucking Ford. Roadster went through a 8.950 at 145 miles per hour. So that will wrap it up for Image Motorsports Super Pro. Attention in the pits. We are going to be calling Super Combo down to the staging lanes. Super Combo, we need you to the staging lanes for first round of qualifying.
All right, we got cars in the staging lanes. It is going to be time for first qualifying session for the hot rod category. Hot rod is a category that runs 750 and slower. All vehicles need to be 1969 or older. So that is one of the defining characteristics of the hot rod category. No electronics are accepted. So this is a category that has its own point system. And if we take a look at what happened in 2021 in the hot rod category, your champion is Rob Hodgson. Runner-up was Mark Brenzinger and then Jerry Brabander. And that is going to be contested this year as they have a series of about 6 to 8 races, I think. And so we will be seeing them out on a pretty regular basis. Not every race, but pretty regular. And so the hot rod category will be next. We have called to the lanes. Follow up on hot rod. We have called Super Combo. And then Super Shifters are also on the property as they run their 6-race series. This will be race number 2, I believe, for the Super Shifters. Sponsored by McLeod. Saw the Image Motorsports Super Pro category just complete their qualifying session, and should probably mention that Image Motorsports' mission is to be the company that consumers can rely on to handle all of their automotive vinyl installations, auto detailing, and automotive signage needs. They are not only true masters of the art in applying vinyl graphics, but they also have 20-plus years of detailing experience in the auto industry. They conduct themselves in a reliable and professional business manner while tending to all of your automotive needs. Simply stated, Image Motorsports possesses the skill sets necessary to complete a broad range of automotive applications and creations. You can check them out at Unit 302-20630 Mufford Crescent in Langley. Here we go then with the hot rod category. Burnouts complete for our first pair, Steve Wilson and Rob Monroe. Monroe from Surrey in the blue Acadian. The Lordco side has the HR designation. Steve Wilson's driving the 63 Chevy 2. He's from Ladner. Doing some checking on that whole Chevy 2 designation. 63 it was the Chevy 2, and 64 it became the Chevy 2 Nova. Steve Wilson and Rob Monroe. Monroe goes 1067 in the Acadian, 123, and then 1182 at 113 miles an hour for Wilson. Glenn Fillingham now, and Randy Hermsen. Randy always driving that giant 1958 Oldsmobile. Weighs about 3,890 pounds. Regular runner in Sportsman and Hot Rod. Hermsen, the Lordco side, 371 cubic inches of Olds power, propelling that behemoth to a 1334, 103 miles an hour. Fillingham in the other lane, driving one of, well, at least two American Motors products, 1204, and that 68 AMX at 112 miles an hour. Here's your champion for the hot rod category in the Lordco side, Rob Hodgson. He was without this vehicle last race. First race, did some damage. Needed time to repair, so he is back in his car, and Veronica is glad of that. Here we go. Martin Jackman in the 64 Chevelle here Towerside did a perfect reaction time. Trip zip 1287, 104 miles an hour. Rob Hodgson goes 1071, 124 miles an hour. Martin Jackman had a perfect reaction time, so he will be coming up to the tower probably and grabbing a reaction time mug whenever that happens. Trip zip, that's on the money, chopping down that tree. Bill Halicki, he's driving the 65 Ford Ranchero. In the other lane, the 66 Ford Mustang. Sylvia Hoogson as they head down track. Bill gets there with a 1084 at 123 miles an hour. Sylvia 1257, 106 miles an hour. Rob Monroe Sr. Rob Monroe, he's over here, tower side, with that 31 Model A. Not a vehicle that you see that often, actually. 31 Model A, a little bit high center of gravity. Jerry Brabander in the other lane, 62 Chevy 2. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. All racers in the CMDRA are going to have a test hit opportunity. We need you, if you are ready, to head to the staging lanes, lanes 1 and 2. All CMDRA motorcycle racers. Test hit opportunity before your actual qualifying, 12, 2, and 4. Test hit for all CMDRA. Bring them up to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. So both drivers getting back out of the staging lanes. They were set to go. Both drivers experiencing problems on the start line, either fuel line connections or oil line connections or whatever. You saw the mop-up crew doing their quick work to remove any residue on the start line. So they were both backed out, Rob Monroe and Jerry Brabander. That doesn't happen very often where both are backed out, but nonetheless, that brings up Burt Worrell and Dustin Hunter. Saw Dustin make a couple of passes yesterday, testing his Ford out. Dustin leaves the line in his 64 Ford, and he will get there with a 915. That Falcon, 144 miles an hour. Burt Worrell runs a 901, 145 miles an hour. As we continue in the hot rod category, 10 cars so far making a pass. And here comes Rob Monroe. Gonna pick up where he left off. See Jerry Brabander looking to head back into the pits. on the wheelie bars. He is hard charging out to the top end. Stops the clocks at 9:66 with a 9 at 147 miles an hour.
Something tells me that with how he was off the throttle as soon as the car picked the wheels up, he was not quite expecting that.
Yeah, I think you're right. He has a good set of wheelie bars on there, but yeah, I don't think he was expecting the front end to be up that long or that hard.
That car's gotten a couple of wheels up launches, but it was the way that it picked up, because it picked up slowly as you'd expect it to, which it usually does, but then it gave a bit of a jerk at the last second as well. That's where he set it down.
Yeah, speaking of lifting the front wheels, look who's on the start line right now. Jim Benke in that Barracuda. Lifting the front wheels a good 3-4 feet sometimes. Terry Charles is in the other lane in the 56 Chevy. With the wheels up in the air, Benke has the car balanced pretty well. It stays nice and straight. 996. Wow, that's a good run. 996. 133 miles an hour. Terry Charles goes 1019. 128 miles an hour. For Benke, though, 996 is right up there. Here comes Mark Brenzinger and Martin Dykstra. Brenzinger from Richmond in the 64 Nova. I always loved the sponsorship. Vinny's Speed Shop and bail bonds. Didn't know that those two things go together, but then there's lots of things that I don't know, so there we go. Martin Dykstra is in the 27 Ford Roadster in the other lane. Got a shout out going to Emco Waterworks, IPEX Inc., and Allquip Diesel as Dykstra goes 985, 131 miles an hour. Brenzinger goes 1018, 129 miles per hour. So once again, want to thank all of you spectators for joining us here this weekend. This is the NHRA Summit ET Series race number 6, and it is a combo race as we have the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association on the property, and they will be running their race with some Nitro Harleys. We also have the super quick Canada West Doorslammer cars on the property. There's roughly 16 of those cars that will be running in the, well, they got to run 870 or better to make the program. And there are some cars that will run in the sixes, upwards of 200 miles per hour. So Canada West Doorslammers, they will be having their 3 qualifying sessions throughout the day, 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock, and 4 o'clock. So if you're thinking that you might want to grab a bite to eat, I would suggest that you head over to the Half Track Snack Shack well before 12 o'clock and grab a hamburger, a hot dog, some chicken strips, some French fries, or whatever special items they have there. It seems that every week they've got something. What was it they had the other day, Nolan? It was like nachos and chili cheese on the go. So you just open a bag of Doritos and they pour some good stuff on top of that, and you just walk around eating good food.
First I heard of that one.
Oh yeah, that is popular. Walking tacos, that's what they're called. Yes, thank you, Anna. Yes, yes. I'm afraid to eat that because I know that I'd get a portion of it on myself, and I don't want to be spilling that cheese on myself. So I want to eat that cheese. So there's all sorts of good stuff at the Half Track Snack Shack. You want to check it out. If you're sitting on the spectator side, that's the Lordco side on the across from the tower, your admission ticket has bought you a pit pass, so you feel free to walk across the bridge anytime you like and join us here on the pit side. You have the opportunity to get up nice and close to all the race cars and racers and ask them questions if they're available and not working on their cars in between race rounds. So feel free to wander in the pits. We also encourage, while you're there, many of the racers will have souvenirs available that they will sell, and all of the money goes to help keep the race car at the track. So if you see some souvenirs provided by the different race teams, always encourage you to lend your support financially to help them. And through the course of the day, you'll see all kinds of advertising around the racetrack, not just on the race cars, but on the signage boards, on the stands. Always like to encourage people who are in need of those products to take a look, and if you can support those folks, that would be great, just as they support the racing here at Mission Raceway. The Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Perhaps you are watching the action at home on YouTube. We welcome you from around the world. You see that we had a request for another camera to provide some of the burnout action. So if you're watching on YouTube, every race this year will be streamed live and then left up, and you can watch. There is a burnout cam that we now have installed. So little extra coverage for those who are watching at home. Nolan, you got a call.
That final call for the CMDRA test hit. So once again, for CMDRAs, before you get your qualifying hits scheduled for 12, 2, and 4, you have the opportunity to make one test hit. That is going to be coming up in very short order. As well as that, we are going to make first call for BC Super Shifters to come to the lanes for first round of qualifying.
So as I was saying, in regards to the live stream coverage, we want to thank the good folks at Valley Tech Production for all of the absolutely spectacular effort that they've put into making our visual presentation on the streaming services so up to date, and it is just amazing. That is presented by Lordco Auto Parts. You know, what started out in a small 900 square foot store in Maple Ridge way back in 1974. Well, they've now grown to over 100 locations right across BC. Lordco is the largest distributor and retailer of automotive parts and accessories in British Columbia. They carry a large variety of products and accessories for all types of vehicle applications. With over 100 stores throughout the province, Lordco is your best bet for fast, reliable, helpful, and knowledgeable advice. Lordco prides itself on fast delivery of the right parts. So when it comes to auto body needs, automotive equipment, high-performance parts, RV, or industrial goods, Lordco will have what you need. Visit a location near you or check them out online at www.lordco.com. Lordco are sponsors of the live stream that you're watching on YouTube. If you're here with us live and in person, give yourselves a big hand. It's going to be a great weekend. We hope to see you out here not only today, but tomorrow as well. If you're heading to the pro shop, grab a schedule. And if you're not sure what the schedule is, you can check Facebook. Mission Raceway is on Facebook, and we have got all the upcoming races tagged there on the website too. So some great racing action coming up in the weeks and months ahead. Some of the major events, including Jets, including Door Wars, including the NHRA Lucas Oil Divisional Race in June. So there's all sorts of racing action that is going to be coming here to Mission over the course of 2022. So we have called all CMDRA motorcycles wanting to make a test pass to the staging lanes. Lanes 1 and 2. We've called you to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2. We still have some cars sitting in the staging lanes, and that would be Super Combo and Super Shifters. So we're down, obviously, for a little bit of track preparation as we go through the qualifying session. This is the first of 2 qualifying sessions. The cars do get quicker, and they do get faster, and so track maintenance and track preparation is always paramount when it comes to safety. So you see the sprayer that is out on the track right now, applying a combination of VHT traction compound and other good stickiness. Attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, your presence is requested for a meeting, a driver's meeting for Canada West Doorslammers. And that meeting is going to be top floor of the tower. Top floor of the timing tower for all drivers who are here as part of the Canada West Doorslammers series. So top floor of the tower, Marcia wants to see you there for a meeting, please. All right, here we go. Qualifying now in the Super Combo category. This is a category that blends together the 3 index classes of the NHRA, 890, 990, and 1090. They are running on an index, and so first pair, Glenn Eagleton and Jerry Epp. Jerry Epp in the black Mustang, the 66 Mustang, 585 cubic inches of Ford power propelling that Mustang. Glenn Eagleton from Surrey is in that 69 Corvette. you see the delay boxes in action as the power is taken out of the car as Epp runs a 1083 with a perfect reaction time, 152 miles an hour. Glenn Eagleton goes 003 red, 1071 at 137 miles an hour. Here is Dean Peterson from Courtney, driving that green Super Gas Mustang. John Lackey in the other lane. Port Moody is home base for John in the 66 Acadian. John appearing to leave the line early and getting out of the groove. Timer's not activated as he left too soon. Dean Peterson goes 986, 166 miles an hour. The start line is going to take a look at the start surface, just to make sure there wasn't anything there that caused John to get out of shape. So Nolan, I'm going to take advantage of some time down here and head over to the Half Track Snack Shack. I shouldn't have said that because now everybody's going to go and grab a bite to eat. And that's good. We've got lots of good food there. I'm going to check out what's new on the menu. So I'll hand it over to you for a few minutes.
Like a solid plan. So Stephen Veach in the Plymouth, going to be going up against Dan Parsons in the Quality Racing Duster. We continue to roll through Super Combo. Indexes allowed 890, 990, and 1090. So far, every class that has run in this category, save for Dan Peterson, has been a 1090 index. .086 on the tree for Dan Parsons. He'll run through at 133 miles an hour. Stephen Veach was .073 red on the tree. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman, we are putting you on standby for your second round of qualifying. So Sportsman, you're on standby for second round of qualifying. Warren Jacobson in the Chevy 2 going up against Martin Rochelle's Malibu. Rochelle double classing today. In both Super Combo and Image Motorsports Super Pro. He goes 0-10 on the tree. Jacobson 0-32 with a green light. So it looks like that will wrap up first round of Super Combo qualifying. And now it's time to divide the wheels by two as we roll into not just motorcycles, but the classes for the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. This is not for qualifying, but this is for their one test hit before their regular qualifier at noon. Two red lights, half a second each, red on the tree. And well, the reason for that red light, a glitch in the matrix. Wrong tree. So I'm going to be down for a brief second while said glitch is rectified. Tom Tran going to be lined up in the Lordco lane alongside one of his main competitors. These two were paired up quite a few times during yesterday's test and tune. Attention to the pits. If we can get a representative from CMDRA leadership up to the timing tower, one of the CMDRA directors up to the second floor of the timing tower. Please and thank you. 0-15 on the tree for Tom Duran, but backs out at the Lordco lane just before the 8th mile. TCS lane going to go through at a 7.718 at 177 miles an hour. Not a whole lot on file for the CMDRA class as of yet, but it is still early in the racing program today. Should have all of that information by qualifying at noon. Expecting this motorcycle in the TCS lane to be easily one of the quicker passes that we'll be seeing throughout this test hit. Oh, well, not one for the it would seem. Does go 21 on the trees with a decent reaction time, but I think that bike's going to be shutting it off as he pulls it over to the left side wall, and out of the groove will continue to just slowly make his way down. So a pass to forget for the number 28 bike over in the TCS lane, but still a decent reaction time. Was 0.21 on the tree, so he's got the starting line down pat, just needs to put together the full run. broken tree for the TCS lane. Was a little bit too eager to jump on the gun. Left before the tree, had time to fully set. Lordco lane goes through at a 420 light with a 12.41 at 107 miles an hour. And I want to make a general safety reminder for all racers, and in fact any vehicles making your way through the paddock. There is a speed limit that must be adhered to of 10 miles an hour. This is from the return road as soon as you leave the racetrack. You cannot go faster than 10 miles an hour. I understand people might want to get back to their pits in a hurry, but it is a matter of safety. You do have crew members, spectators, and staff members that might be milling around, crossing the track. Quite a few blind corners. Because of all the trailers and equipment, it can be difficult to see. So the last thing we want is to have a significant accident in our paddock. So please adhere to the 10-mile-an-hour speed limit and slow it down on the return road. TCS lane backing out before the 1,000-foot. Lordco lane crosses through 9.663 at 146 miles an hour. I think the rider over in that TCS lane got a little bit too close to that center line for comfort and opted to back out as opposed to risking running out of the groove. It's not something you really want to risk all that much when you're riding on two wheels. And track safety crews not happy with something on the racetrack. So we're going to put a quick halt on our proceedings. And we're ready to roll back into first test pass. And only test pass for qualifying for the CMDRA. That is a fast pass, Lordco side, 6.832 at 195 miles an hour. Fastest pass so far on the day, and it was done on a motorcycle. I just want to give a reminder to all of our motorcycle riders that we are a left side racetrack, so make sure that when you're writing down your number, that you write it somewhere on the left side of your motorcycle. And also, make sure that it is big and legible. Wraps it up for CMDRA. We roll into BC Super Shifters. Now these cars going to be shifting all of the way down the quarter mile. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman, we are calling Sportsman to the lanes for second round of qualifying. Sportsman, we need you in the lanes. Second round of qualifying. Dale Posnick, 020 on the tree, but it will not be beating John DePort's 006 light in the 1977 Camaro. Riff Raff Racing Mustang, 10.215 at 131 miles an hour, got there 7 thousandths faster than DePort's 10.236 at 129 miles an hour. That brings Will Zorick in the 1962 Chevrolet out of Langley with Bill Friend beside him in the Commodore. Zorg left first, arrives first. 11.060, 121 miles an hour. Bill Friend, 11.026, 131 miles an hour. Bringing up Alan Lougheed in the 1963 Falcon out of North Vancouver, going up against Jamie Roth in the Comet. That Falcon was testing with a few passes out yesterday during our Friday test and tune. But a 434 light on the tree tells me start line still needs a little bit of work. 075 for Jamie Roth, who will get there first. A 10.0 at 132 miles an hour. Grant Clone bringing up his 1967 Fairlane, going up against Terry Hoogstens in the Volkswagen. Whoa, wheels up launch, big time for Grant Clone. That thing went almost 4 wheels off the ground. The wheelie bar, I think, bent a little bit with that as well. Put your hands together for that wheel stand. That has got to be one of the most impressive things I have seen all season long so far. We were talking about last race weekend where the Volkswagen Beetles are gone. Well, here's one. The deadly one, driven by Wayne Davis, is back to play. Scott Winterbottom was sent to go racing in the Rags to Riches Top Shop Chevy 2. But I think the Langley racer will be backed out. He's already had to reverse it out the staging beams. And make it 2. So Wayne Davis is going to be back fully out of the staging lanes, but there is going to be one more rotation where that Volkswagen Beetle will be able to try again. Making this a single pass for Scott Winterbottom, who will roll back into the staging beams. Scott Winterbottom goes through 9.571 at 138 miles an hour. Bring up Keith Winterbottom in the other Nova, with Alf Wee beside him in the Buick. .007 on the tree for Alf Wee will vote into the number 2 qualifying spot. John DePore beat with the 006. Keith Winterbottom gets there first. 8.515 at 158 miles an hour. Alf Wee goes at 10.791 at 127 miles an hour. So that'll wrap it up for BC Super Shifters in their first qualifying hit. I believe that will actually be a wrap then on the rotation. So first rotation complete. Took a little bit of time to get through with a few of the delays. We're going to call Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket back to the stage and lanes for their second round of qualifying. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. So Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket, please make your way on down to lanes 3 through 6 for second round of qualifying. I can already see Sportsman in the staging lanes, and they'll get set for their second round of qualifying. I want to welcome back Jerry Lucky up into the booth again, back from his lunch break. How was it?
It was absolutely spectacular. I had decided to have one of the hamburgers, bacon cheeseburger, and it was delicious as usual. You know, you get to put your own fixins on there, and so I put a little bit of this and a little bit of that. No, it was all good, and I recommend if you're feeling just a little bit peckish, as I'm sure you are, head over to the Half Track Snack Shack and make them busy. Get them busy, and they've got all sorts of grub waiting for you. So we're going to be going into Sportsman here in a little bit. So it's a good time to head over there. Listen, if you just want a chocolate bar or some chips or some ice cream, because it's actually going to be a pretty nice day out there, already 16 degrees. If you want some ice cream, they have got some of that in the Pro Shop, which is right across the patio from the Half Track Snack Shack. So check it all out, and while you're in there, you can grab some NHRA or Mission Raceway souvenirs. You can do all your Christmas shopping in there. You can buy all sorts of things, from pins, stickers, apparel, headgear, you name it. It's all there in the Pro Shop. So don't leave today without checking in at least once.
Well, I think I'm going to take you up on that recommendation, and I'll go get myself a bit of food to eat as well. I'll be back up here shortly.
Sounds like a plan. All righty. Yeah, you mentioned. I mentioned earlier that all the time, it seems, whenever I go to the Half Track Snack Shack, there's like specials. They got something unique for the weekend. Well, this weekend they've got pulled pork sandwiches, and I saw this. I almost changed my order for this: crispy chicken poutine. That's something you got to check out. So head over and check out those menu items at the Half Track Snack Shack. So here we go, round number 2, session number 2 of qualifying in Sportsman. Brendan Piscatchik goes 1590 in the Lexus, and Scarlett Morin goes 1302 in the blue Malibu. And here we go with Bruce Sturts and Eric Hansen. Sturts from Langley in the other AMC product on the property. That's that 69 Rambler. And Eric Hansen in the Plymouth. So attention in the pits, Canada West Doorslammers. You are set for a 12 o'clock qualifying pass. 12 o'clock, so that means 25-minute standby, folks. 25 minutes. We'll be calling you to the lanes because you're hitting the track at 12 sharp. So with that in mind, I should also mention all CMDRA motorcycles. You will be qualifying right after Canada West Doorslammers. So keep that in mind when we call them to the lanes. You will be on standby, and we'll be calling all motorcycles to the lanes very shortly after that. So Scott Wilson in the Malibu, the station wagon here, Tower Side. Joanna Rebello in the Corvette from Pitt Meadows. Turned on the red light. You see it on the reader board, 007 red with the minus sign. In any case, Scott Wilson goes 1334, Joanna 1433. So Randy Hermson and Steve Baskerville making their second pass of the morning. 12:89 for the Golf. The Lordco lane, 13:37 for the Big Ols. Here on the Tower side, 103 miles an hour for Randy. Steve, 109. Here is Sidney Jung and Kai Jessamine. Kai from Surrey. Attention in the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We're calling you to the lanes. Pro Bracket. Lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. So the Monte Carlo, Jessamine goes 12:28, 109 miles an hour. Sidney Jung, 14:24, 98 miles per hour. As we continue in Sportsman, Sylvia Hoogston rolls forward alongside Gary Fawcett. Fawcett's driving the silver Plymouth from Burnaby. Sylvia in the blue Ford Mustang. Sylvia, property manager in Maple Ridge. They're both staged and set to go. At the top end, Sylvia goes 12:70, 105 miles an hour. Gary Fawcett, 14:40, 95 miles an hour. That's going to bring up Greg Marshall and Neil Smith. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you should be in the staging lanes. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you should be in the staging lanes. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Neil Smith driving that 1970 GMC pickup on the Lordco side. See their reaction times at the top end. Pickup goes 12:96, 96 miles an hour. 12:44 for Greg Marshall in the Cutlass, 108 miles an hour. As we continue to roll through, Jim Mantle brings his 1977 Pacer to the line. Got 258 cubic inches of AMC power. So 3 American Motors products on the property this weekend. We got a Pacer, we got an AMX, and we got a Rambler. Jim Mantle, he was runner-up in the category for 2021. At the stripe, Tom Katnick takes the Beaumont to an 11:48, 121 miles an hour, 14:55 for the Pacer. So a couple of runs here from members of the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. What started out as 2 looks like it is now 1. So we are going to have to do a little bit of cleanup over here on the tower side. So this will be a single for this Pro Street motorcycle. So the motorcycle bogs on the start line. Say checkout pass goes 1042. If in fact I read that properly, Pro Street, formerly Street Bike Shootout. This is a class that is for essentially street legal motorcycles with any engine modifications or fuel. The only thing they can't run is nitromethane. That is reserved for Top Fuel or Pro Fuel or Pro Dragster. So all of those three categories will run nitromethane as an option. So clearly we have some cleanup to take care of on the start line. So we're going to be in a bit of a holding pattern here for a couple of minutes while the start line crew takes care of all of that. Once again, I mentioned that it might be a good opportunity to head over to the concession stand and grab a burger, grab a hot dog, whatever. I see that we have got Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket already in the staging lanes, along with the junior dragsters even. They are all assembling as we speak. But we're going to be down for just a couple of minutes while we do a little bit of cleanup here. So once again, I want to thank all the folks at Valley Tech for providing the streaming services. You will be able to watch every one of the races of the season on YouTube through the streaming services there. This is the NHRA Summit ET Series race number 6. Our online stream is produced by Valley Tech, sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts. So doing a great job with all kinds of camera angles and track time and mile per hour information. So, of course, we always prefer that you join us here in person, and it is great to see all of you race fans out here in the stands today. It is going to be a great race day once we get eliminations underway. We are in the second round of qualifying, and then we'll go into eliminations. Canada West Doorslammers, you are 15 minutes away roughly, so you should be getting everything buttoned up because we'll be calling you to the lanes for your 12 o'clock qualifying session. 16 cars on the property in Canada West Doorslammer action. This weekend's race presented by Associated Tire and Auto, who have provided the Campbell River residents and businesses with fast, dependable service since 2011. Dedicated to establishing long-term customer relationships, you can trust their experienced staff for top-notch service and quality products. That is Associated Tire and Auto, 1710 Island Highway in Campbell River. So if you're ever in that neck of the woods, do check them out. One of the other race series that is very, very popular here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway is the Friday Night Street Legals, presented by Mopac Auto Supply. Mopac Auto Supply has been serving the high-performance industry for 40 years. From one store on Kingsway in Vancouver back in 1973 to the 3 superstore locations today, Mopac has always been in the forefront of the performance industry. The Langley, BC location has a full-service installation facility, including a 1,750 horsepower chassis dyno, so they can supply, install, and give you test results on any performance modifications you make to your vehicle. Mopac stores are conveniently located in Langley, Calgary, and Edmonton. With over 225 product lines and over $10 million in inventory, Mopac Auto Supply is the largest performance parts distributor in Western Canada and is the sponsor of our Friday night street legal program. This weekend's race event, as I had mentioned earlier, is the NHRA Summit ET Racing Series. There are 15 such events held here at Mission Raceway. This is race number 6 today, and it'll be race number 7 tomorrow. It is the ET Racing Series, contested across North America. It is the world's largest motorsports program with some 80,000 racers in competition. It is a bracket racing format, and that allows drivers in all sorts of vehicles, dragsters, roadsters, sedans, coupes, motorcycles, and pickups like the one you see on the start line, to compete on an equal basis against each other. So Jeff Whitworth taking his second run down the track. He runs through with a 992 at 134 miles an hour. So while we take care of cleanup action here on the tower side, we're going to make use of the Lordco lane to continue with qualifying in the Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. So here is Kim Cornish, Clark Freightway sponsored Mustang 2. Kim hailing out of Mission, 1977 Mustang. Cornish stops the clocks at 11:22 on that run, 117 miles an hour, as Stu Funk rolls forward in his 1970 Chevelle. Stu hailing out of the Lake Country, BC. Sponsors include Stewart Funk Plumbing, homegrown project, 396 cubic inches under the hood of that Chevelle. Yeah, so what happened there is Stu rolled forward, basically breaking the beams, so in effect rolling through before the tree was activated, so he gets no time, no incremental numbers on that particular run. Count 26 cars in the Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket category. Jeff Bell making his second run in the Dart Sport. It was 9:54 to 138 miles an hour. James Dobson, who we have not seen out yet this year, makes the run in his 70 Camaro at 10:51, 126 miles an hour. And let me rephrase that. At least I have not seen him here, but he's here this weekend and running the car that he ran last year to good effect. And John Barrichello rolls forward in his Coronet. Barrichello clocks in at 11:23 at 117. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're going to have to put a little bit of a delay on the Doorslammers. We are still going to be running Pro bracket, and then we have junior dragsters, and so then we will be calling you up. So Doorslammers, it looks like it'll be about a 10-minute delay. So Nick Ribello heading down track, 11:55 at 114 miles an hour. As we continue with single lane qualifying while the cleanup continues here, and they look to be just about done. Laying down a little bit of traction compound as Jay White takes the 88 Mustang down track. 984, 134 miles an hour. As Veronica Hodgson rolls into the beams now. Turn lane crew gave the go-ahead. Second lane is now open, so we go back to two-lane qualifying. Veronica Hodgson with a 003 reaction time. 12:63 at 107 miles per hour. Tower side, that is Dennis Winton in the station wagon. Ryan Vader from Barhead, Alberta. Taking the 72 Dodge to a 10:04, 133 miles an hour. And that is going to bring up Walter Johnson from Abbotsford in the orange 72 Chevelle. That's the Lordco lane. Dennis Winton here in the Bel Air wagon on the TCS lane. .11:32 is the time for Johnson. The Chevelle runs 117 miles an hour. Winton, 11:78. 11:78 at 112 for the wagon. Dale Northgraves and Rich Dyes next up. Dyes in the 73 Nova, Black Nova on the tower side. 77 Nova of Northgraves over here on the tower side. So 77 Nova versus 73 Nova, 1064 for Northgraves at 125 miles an hour. Rich Dyes, Lordco side, 1117, 117 miles per hour as they collect their second time. Daryl Stobie now not able to make a run in the first qualifying session. He's over here in the 64 Chevelle. In the other lane, Mike Nottingham is in that 67 Fairlane. And at the stripe, Fairlane runs a 10:02 and the Chevelle runs a 10:32. Mike Nottingham goes 137 miles an hour and Stobie 124. So John Vandeven now rolls forward in the orange Firebird. 1968 Firebird. Popular car. In the other lane, Eric Stone. Looks like a Beaumont from here. Stone from Lake Country. A little bit tardy on the start line. Firebird gets there with a 10:08, 131 miles an hour, 10:29. 118 miles an hour for Eric Stone, and he'll have to brush up on that starting line reaction time. Started with a 6. He saw that on the reader board at the top end. Not a number that he'll be happy with. Heather Hornell now, 2003 Sonoma, over here tower side, and Bill Wells in the TNT Auto sponsored 79 Malibu. Bill Wells goes 1171, 113 miles an hour. 1182 for the pickup at 113 miles an hour as well. Craig Johnson and Dave Jung. Craig driving the more familiar 79 Malibu. Sponsored by Johnson's Custom Exhaust. Dave Jung in the other lane. It's in the 96 Camaro, rather. So great reaction times from both drivers, actually. Dave Jung goes 1085 at 122 miles an hour, and Craig Johnson 1170, 112 miles an hour. Given that so many races are won on the start line, having your reaction time start with 2 zeros, that is always a good thing. William Wood, 1992 Mustang. He's from Langley. He's on the Lordco side. Having the same problem as last time. Just sort of not able to get the car to hook up. will coast through 16:20, 80 miles an hour. And here we go with Jim Banky and Chris Stone. Stone in the dart, the old reliable he calls it, sponsored by Willowbrook Motors, Winter Harbor Marina and RV, and BG Fuel Products, and Jim Banky in the blue Cuda. Cuda goes 10:02, 10:02 at 126 miles an hour. 10:04 for the dart, 130 miles an hour. So Cuda goes 10:02 and the dart goes 10:04. And that is going to do it for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. We'll move into Peden Industries Junior Dragsters next. So we now move into Junior Dragsters. The NHRA Summit Junior Drag Racing League offers kids ages 5 to 17 the opportunity to experience the thrill of drag racing in a controlled environment. And many of today's competitors actually got their start. The professional categories who started in Junior Dragsters, well, that includes Erica Enders, Sean Langdon, J.R. Todd, Leah Pruitt, just to name a few. So lots of racers made their start in Junior Dragsters. We have got a large field in both categories. We're going to start with Junior Thunder, where there are a lot more. In Junior Thunder, you can be 5 years of age and start racing right up until you are 12 years of age. So the youngest you can be is 5 years of age. I'm not sure how many of you remember what it's like to be 5 years of age, but I never imagined that it was even possible to get into a vehicle like this at 5 years of age. I was still falling down at 5 years of age. So quite something. They race to the 8th mile. First pair, sponsored up, Wesley Armstrong and Nick Bond. Wesley from Chilliwack, sponsored by BD Diesel and Badass Garage. Nick Bond, sponsored by JBS. This is their second qualifying pass before they go into eliminations. And they operate their Junior Dragsters the same as all the other cars. You pre-stage, you stage, you wait for the tree. The only difference in this case is they race to the 8th mile. So Nick Bond is going to get there with an 8:92 at 73 miles an hour. And Wesley 13:92 at 45 miles an hour. So Connor Jackson and Emily White now Emily over on the Lordco side. And Connor here, Tower side. Emily goes 874, 74 miles an hour. And Connor, 1064 at 63 miles an hour. Hey, listen, fans, if you are walking in the pits, you should be aware that there are going to be race cars moving in and out of traffic. So we would ask that you pay particular attention. All the race cars have to adhere to a slow pit road speed, but it would really be helpful if you stay on the edge of the paved area. Stay on the edge, because there will be race cars that will be calling to the lanes, moving up and down those paved lanes. They've got arrows of traffic flow. So if you're walking in the pit area, we welcome you in there. We encourage you to go walking in the pits, but please stay on the edge of all the roadways, making it easy for the cars to make their way to the staging lanes. So Connor Jackson ran a 1064 and Emily White 874 as we bring up Jackson Dew and April Bond. Nick in the blue and silver black dragster, April in the pink, silver, and black. Jackson from Langley over here on the Tower side. Both of them chopping down the tree a little bit prematurely. Jackson goes 889 at 74 miles an hour, 1081 for April at 60 miles an hour. Hunter Thompson and McKenna Thompson now. Next pair. So attention to the pits. Attention to the pits. We are now calling Canada West Doorslammers to the lanes, please. Canada West Doorslammers, bring them up. Lanes 5 and 6. Canada West Doorslammers, this is your call. Bring them up. CMDRA Motorcycles, you are on standby. We'll be calling you very, very quickly as well. So Hunter Thompson and McKenna Thompson. Thompson 1, that would be a TCS lane, 1149, and 1040 for McKenna. As Ashton Katnick comes up next, alongside Adam Katnick. Sponsors include TK Performance. Ashton here on the Tower side. Adam in the Lordco lane will certainly get there first. 902, 74 miles an hour as Ashton continues to roll to a 1436. All the junior dragsters are basically set up so that they run the speed that compares to the age of the driver. So the younger you are, the slower you're going to be finding your junior dragster. And so it's probably going to be running in the 14s. The older you get, it goes into the 9s, then into the 8s. And, well, by the time you're in that 12 years of age category, you're probably going to be running in the 7s. So here's Candace Rodrigue and Hunter Gallant. Candace over closest to the tower, getting support from Ken Specialty and Tri-City Cutting along with Corvette West. I do encourage you, when you're walking through the pit area, again, you should be walking on the edge of the paved areas as opposed to in the center, as we will have traffic rolling through the staging lanes or the pit lanes all the time. But when you're in the pits, do take a close look at some of these junior dragsters. The attention to detail is absolutely spectacular in terms of paint and finish. There are some things that you cannot see as they run down the track, that when you get into the pits and you take a look at the pearlescent colors that they're using and the special wraps that they have, it is quite impressive how much time and attention these teams place on their junior dragsters. So Alex Green rolling forward. Once again, we have called Canada West Doorslammers to the staging lanes. 5 and 6, please. 5 and 6. And that means CMDRA motorcycles, you're on standby. So Alex Green goes 13.92, 45 miles an hour. This is Alana Everett making a license pass in the junior dragster. Alana is not too tall. You can tell. That roll cage was originally built for somebody much taller. She is nicely snugged in there. Rolling to the 8th mile. And stops the clocks at 22.72. 23 miles an hour. So it now rolls into the Lightning category. This is for drivers 13 years and older. So they are quicker and they are faster and they are older as well. You can tell by the sound of the engines, they have a little bit more pop to them. and they certainly will be running to the 8th mile a little bit quicker. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. CMDRA. Your first qualifying session. Bring them up to the staging lanes. To the staging lanes. CMDRA motorcycles. Please bring them up to the staging lanes for your first qualifying session. So Dee Dee Stanley goes 9:09 at 70 miles an hour. Abigail White 8 flat, 81 miles an hour. As CL Gagnon and Colton Morin get set for their second run of the day. CL is part of the Big Kids Racing team that is located in the pits out of Qualicum Beach. Thanks going out to Courtney Fountain Tire. And Colton Morin in his brand new 2022 Mike Boss Chassis Junior Dragster from Mission. Big shout out going to JBS and Big Kids Racing and Tires Plus. So Colton is in the white dragster on the Lordco side. CL over here on the TCS side. $798 for Colton, $798 for CL. So both of them, $798.3 for CL, $798.3 for Colton. And both of them 81 miles an hour. CL goes 81.33, Colton 81.61. So two really evenly matched junior dragsters. Colton a little better on the start line with a 91, CL a 127. Here comes Aiden Katnick and Emma Debris-Coos. Aiden goes 782. 782 at 83 miles an hour. Emma 921, 68 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Once again, we make the call for all CMDRA motorcycles to the staging lanes for your first qualifying session. All CMDRA motorcycles to the lanes for your first qualifying session. License and test. Authorized license and test. You're on standby. We will be calling you shortly. So TCS lane, closest to the tower, Lincoln Shirt with a brand new wrap on his junior dragster. It's 2005 Mike Boss chassis. The other lane, Lexi Winterbottom, part of the Bowtie Ventures group. 826 for Lexi, 819 for Lincoln. 819 at 79 miles an hour for Lincoln Shirt. Lexi goes 826 at 78 miles an hour. And that is it for junior dragsters. Next on the racing surface will be Canada West Doorslammers for their first hit at Mission Raceway in 2022. They were scheduled to be here 2 weeks ago, but the weather, which seemed like it didn't want to cooperate, ended up cooperating quite nicely. Thank you very much. So nonetheless, they are here in force for their first race of the season 2022. That's Canada West Doorslammers, presented this weekend by Associated Tire and Auto. company that does the tire purchase and tire installation, computerized wheel balancing, tire repair and rotation. And let's see, there's even a page 2 where they do all sorts of other things, from tune-ups, adjusting cooling systems, engine analysis, everything. That is Associated Tire and Auto, this weekend sponsor of Canada West Doorslammers. Associated Tire and Auto, located at 1710 Island Highway on Campbell River. The entire Canada West Doorslammer series has a bounty of association sponsors. The title sponsor, once again, Winter Harbor Marina and RV. But all these other companies participate in or provide support for Canada West Doorslammers. That includes Artex Barn Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales, that's VP Race Fuel Distributor Jason Field, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travel Land RV. Those are the association sponsors for Canada West Doorslammers here in 2022. So just a little bit of track preparation, clear up, get some rubber on the racing surface from the tractors in anticipation of Canada West Doorslammers. Once again, if you're walking in the pit area, would urge you, caution you, to make sure that you're walking on the edge of the paved roads. There will be an awful lot of traffic, and we encourage all drivers to travel at pit speed, which is slow, but if there are spectators who are walking in the middle of the road pathways, well, that can be a problem. So we ask all pedestrians, do by all means wander in the pits and check out the race cars that are there, but please pay special attention for cars that are moving up and down the paved pathways, as they will be getting to the staging lanes for their next round of racing action. I want to thank all of you race fans for joining us here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. If you're over on the spectator side, your admission ticket certainly bought you a pit pass, and so you are welcome to cross over the bridge and take a look at the race cars and motorcycles that are in the pits. Take a look at what's happening between race rounds and see the racers' maintenance. Just don't get in the way of the racers as they do that maintenance. So I want to thank you all for joining us here for race number 6 of the NHRA Summit ET Racing Series. This weekend also featuring Canada West Doorslammer action and the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. So we expect to see some Nitro Harleys a little bit later on, making a qualifying pass. So just a little clarification for all of the Canada West Doorslammer teams, just in order to facilitate the smooth running of qualifying, we would ask that you manage where you park your golf carts or return vehicles. Do keep them out of the racing lanes, and that includes under the tower and under the bridge, I should say. And please do not congregate in front of the tower by the staging lanes, as that may be a restricted area too. We would ask that you not sit on any of the concrete barriers as we get Canada West Doorslammer action underway. So here on the tower side, fresh out of his 2 years running in junior dragster, Adam DeYoung in the 67 Artex Barn Solution Chevy. So Adam DeYoung moving up from junior dragster into that 67 Chevy Camaro. Here on the tower side, Dallas Wagner in the other lane in the 2003 Dakota, doing a burnout that takes him across the start line. The Vernon, BC truck driver is coming back. So this, as I mentioned earlier, first race here at Mission Raceway for the Canada West Doorslammers. And this is qualifying session number 1. They'll have another one at 2 o'clock and another one at 4 o'clock. 3 qualifying sessions for their racing tomorrow. So both having problems on the start line. The tree was not even activated, so neither of them will get it timed. This is a race series where 870 or better is required to race. So Adam leaving the line first, and Dallas following, but again leaving before the tree was actually activated. So we're doing a series of checks just to make sure that it did appear that both drivers left early, which, if that's the case, before the starter flips the switch, then no time, no incremental information will be available. So we'll just do a quick check to make sure that was the case. Normally, on any given run, all racers, when they receive their ET slip, will have incremental race action and their times in mile per hour as they have gone through the quarter mile, and that will be used to tune the car in each succeeding run. So getting that information is vital. But in the case of Adam, and the pickup in the other lane, it wasn't something they were going to get. Looks like somebody lost a blower belt there. So Warner, Wagner, and Otto Schulte now will be making their runs. Otto Schulte. That's Warner Wagner in the 2010 PT Cruiser. Laying down a couple of good patches. And Otto Schulte, 2005 Cavalier. Once again, PT Cruiser, Tower side. That is Warner Wagner, Otto Schulte in the 2005 Cavalier over on the Lordco side. Otto getting some help from the Georgia Straight Collision, Rondex, Associated Tire, Next Gen Hearing, and Odlum Brown. PT Cruiser getting real close to the wall, and he gets off the gas and gets back in the groove, while Otto Schulte goes 754, 181 miles an hour. Pops the chute. Warner Wagner, 1106, 78 miles an hour, coasting through. Laying down a patch there, Greg Feel in the 69 Opel GT. When this car connects, that is a 6-second Opel. Shoutouts going to Jubilee RV, Acumen Machine, and Total Turbo. You heard the turbos winding up on that burnout. Greg Feel from Kamloops. Peter Lekanis now from Quitlam. Transporter's Logistics 63 Corvette. All cars have to run 870 or better to be in the program. They'll have 3 opportunities to do that today. Dial in their machine. Active Care Auto. Sponsors for Greg Feel on the 69 white Opel. Transporter Logistics doing the same job for the Corvette over in the Lordco side. Short wheelbase for Greg Feel in the Opel makes it a handful when it gets out of shape. It goes straight, if it connects, it's nice and smooth. Lost tire traction on the start line, got back in it though. Nice run, 820 for the Opel, 870 for the Corvette. James Kennedy now. 2004 Grand Am from Langley. Kennedy goes 770 at 179 miles an hour. Hangs out the laundry at the top end, so he will slot into the number 2 spot right now behind Otto Schulte, whose run of 754 puts him in the number 1 spot. 5 cars have made a run. Here comes Henry Zacharias and John DeYoung. Henry Zacharias, part of the Zacharias Investment Group in the 53 Corvette here on the tower side. From Surrey, John DeYoung out of Abbotsford. Artex Barn Solutions is his company. 68 Camaro, but it's the swoopy version. Son Adam drives the more traditional lined Camaro. Dad gets the low-slung modern version. Both cars head down. 674, 205 miles an hour for John DeYoung, 759 for Henry Zacharias. So John DeYoung jumps up into the number 1 spot. 674, 205 miles an hour. Henry goes 759 to slot into the number 3 position. Here comes Jason Field and Paul Debris Jr. Jason Field, self-employed, 71 Silver Nova, here tower side. He is looking for some 6s this year. He's got a new engine, all sorts of new systems in place. All he has to do is get that thing to hook up to the track. Paul Debris in his 66 Valiant goes 845. 845. Jason Field, 851. Rod Leclerc, Paradise Homes 67 Blue Camaro. Good strong burnout, 7 years driving with Canada West Doorslammers as he backs up his Victoria-based Camaro. In the other lane, Andy Hatton in the Grinch, 69 green Camaro. Rod Leclerc saying he has 598 cubic inches under the hood. Andy Hatton, 582 cubic inches under the hood of that green Camaro. Hatton sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop. Rod Leclerc, well, you see it on the door, Paradise Homes. CMDRA motorcycles, you should be in the staging lanes for your qualifying session number 1. You should be in the lanes right now. Andy Hatton rolls in pre-staged, waits patiently as Rod Leclerc leads off the nitrous, getting it right to the jets where he wanted, gets the air out of the system. He is staged. They're both ready. So it's going to be Rod Leclerc getting there first with a 676. 676 at 204 miles an hour. 854 and 155 for the Grinch. So Rod Leclerc slots into the number 2 spot right behind John DeYoung. Andy Hatton goes in the number 9 spot, 854. As Brian Ritchie backs up from his burnout. Attention in the pits, license and test. We need you in lanes 5 and 6. License and test. We need you in lanes 5 and 6. So we're going to put Super Pro on standby. Super Pro, you're on standby. As Brian Ritchie and Devin Jansen head down track. 789 for Brian Ritchie. 789 on the Lordco side. 173 miles an hour. 849 for Devin. Derek Shirk doing his burnout. Still getting some tuning done on his brand new Camaro. So in the meantime, brings out the trusty 66 Chevy 2. Was in the pits talking to Derek earlier, looking at the car. Brand new one, wrapped really nice. West Coast Imageworks. Derek Shirk from Langley is the owner of Titanium Auto Group. In the 66 Chevy 2. Dale Jansen from Armstrong, he's in the Acadian over here. Canadian version of the Chevy 2. Under the Pontiac brand. So Dale Jensen goes 790. 790. Derek Shirk 849. 849. So John DeYoung still sitting at the top with a 674.4, 205 miles an hour. 15 cars have made a run. Next two include Mark Schuppenen and Paul Stretch. So Paul Stretch from Duncan, Mid-Island Engines in the 2002 Red Cavalier, 638 cubic inch big block Chevy under the hood. Mark just waiting patiently for Paul to bring the car back to the start line. Mark from West Kelowna, sponsored by Pendozzi Machines, 95 Chevy, 588 cubic inches. Paul Stretch stops it at 725, 185 miles an hour, 810 for Mark Schuppenen. So Paul Stretch going into the number 3 slot. So the final two in the Canada West Doorslammers qualifying session number 1 will be Grant Howell and John West. Howell from Victoria in the orange 37 Chevy. You see backing up to the start line in the other lane. It's a 57 Chevy. John West from Port Alberni, where he is a truck driver. Problems off the line for John West. He gets off the gas and will coast through. In the meantime, Grant Howell 762, 177 miles an hour, 762. John West, well, he just coasts through at 1281. So he'll have 2 more opportunities this afternoon to make an improvement on that time and get it under the 870 that is required to run in the program for the Doorslammers. So as it stands, John DeYoung is holding down first place. Rod Leclerc second, Paul Stretch 3, Otto Schulte 4, Henry Zacharias 5, Grant Howell 6, James Kennedy 7, and in 8th spot, Brian Ritchie. And the rest of the field falls into place. So I want to thank all of you race fans once again for joining us. I would ask that in your travels through the raceway, you can see all the improvements that we are making, including right alongside the drag strip where we have got it reseeded and irrigated for some future growth, and we hope to have that all nice and green. But in order for that to happen, we need you not to be walking on those freshly seeded areas or freshly plowed areas. So do by all means avoid those areas, because we're looking to have that looking real nice and green in a few short weeks. So ask for your cooperation to stay off of those newly seeded areas. Also, as always, the areas around the start line that where the cement or the concrete barriers are now painted black, those are not provided for benches or for sitting. And they are provided for safety, and we would ask that everyone please stay clear of those areas and avoid sitting or standing beside those concrete barriers at the start line. So part of the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. This is Al Miles from Spruce Grove, running in the Pro Fuel category. This is a purpose-built nitromethane burning injection only V-twin dragster. In the category, the biggest engine is 151 cubic inches. So like the Canada West Doorslammers, all motorcycles in the CMDRA will have 3 qualifying sessions today, and we start right now. They will have another one around 2 o'clock and another one around 4 o'clock, as their eliminations will take place tomorrow. Miles, yeah, heading out of the groove, just on the edge of the groove, goes 826 at 156. So he got straight out of the gate, but then drifted over towards the center line and just managed to hang on to the groove all the way out to the quarter mile. So the next 2 are in the what was formerly called Pro Modified. I believe it's now called Pro Extreme motorcycle category. That is Matt Smith and Gary Christopher. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Pro, we need you to the lanes, please. 5 and 6. Super Pro, bring them up for your second round of qualifying. Super Pro, bring them up to lanes 5 and 6. So Matt Smith over here on the tower side. Gary Christopher on the Lordco side as they roll into the stage beams and get set for their first qualifying pass. It is both of them are set. Here we go. Once again, Christopher getting close to the center line, but gets there first with a 682. 682 at 189 miles an hour. 754 for Matt Smith in the other lane.
You couldn't pay me to make a rapid pass like that.
Yeah, 6 seconds on 2 wheels by any configuration is, there's some real nervy action going on there. Steve Abusini and Gary Henkult. The next pair as they roll forward. Abusini over here on the tower side, it's a Honda 1100. And Henkult is a Suzuki from Cold Lake. So a lot of these bikes are running in different categories. You can see that on their wheelie bars in most cases. They have plates, problems for both of them, and getting out of shape and smoking the tires when he got out of the groove as the tires start slipping. So Steve Abusini just stayed on it, managed to run a 10:06. I'm sure he was looking for something better, and had he stayed in the groove, would have happened. 10:06, 122. Gary Henkult just off the pace right at the hit, 13:77. So V-Pro category now, a couple of bikes, they're gas burning. V-twin based engines modified for, of course, drag racing. It's a heads up Pro Tree class. Over here, tower side, no information in the computer as yet. The fact that he's wearing a Harley colors, I think that's probably a Harley. In the other lane, Tim Mack from Kelowna, also on a Harley. So the bike on the tower side leaving too soon, not getting any times, and boy, oh boy, Tim Mack almost taking out a cone at the top end, almost. If he was any closer, he missed a brilliant opportunity to get rid of one of those blocks. Could have had blinkers on even. He was moving so fast to the left. Tim Mack from Kelowna goes 9:49, 119 miles an hour. And that's going to bring up the next pair in Superbike. Looks like it is Tom Tarrant. So on the Lordco side, Tom Tarrant heads down track in the other lane, Neil Churchill. Tom goes 884 at 157 miles an hour. 958 for Neil at 147 miles an hour. Looks like we have roughly 21 motorcycles from the Canadian Drag Racing Motorcycle Association on the property. Here is Roger Bouchard and Dallas Larson. Two more bikes in the Superbike category. Basically metric production-based engine drag bike. They run an ET class with various fuel and fuel delivery options. Tom Tarrant not getting the smoothest of starts on that pass. Dallas Larson runs 10:07. Attention in the pits. Hot Rod. We're calling Hot Rod to the lanes. Lanes 5 and 6. Hot Rod, we need you in the lanes. Lanes 5 and 6. Hot Rod, bring him up. At the start line, Adam Hetler and Dana Corky. Dana on the Lordco side runs 881, 152 miles an hour. 970 for Adam Hetler, 138 miles an hour. So TCS lane going to get there first with a 9:13, 150 miles an hour. The other lane, that is Elias Dick, 10:19, 133 miles an hour as we continue to fill in the computer system with racer information. Here's Jeremy Lott from Red Deer. So Jeremy goes 10:10 with an 8, 130 miles an hour. Again, first shot at the racetrack for many of these racers, so it is just looking to see how the bike is going to be performing on the racing surface. They'll have 2 more opportunities later this afternoon to dial that in and make the improvements they need to make. As our next racer rolls forward, that is Bill McDonald from Mission on a Kawasaki 1400 Kawasaki. So Bill McDonald, again, getting out of the groove, and once that happens, it's anybody's guess whether you can hang on or not. Best idea is to get off the throttle and sort of let the run take care of itself. He coasted through with the 22, did the wise thing, and once he started going for the center, just rolled back. Super Gas now, a couple of bikes in the Super Gas category. These are V-twins of any frame configuration. They run heads up. It's Pro Tree with a 990 index, so going to be striving in the Super Gas category, just like in the full-bodied category in the NHRA, to run in the 990s. Goal is to get as close to 990 as possible. Over here, tower side, Yellowknife rider. Jeff P, it says. Whoa, getting out of shape there. Whoa, crossed over that center line. Hey, gotta hang on, buddy. Hang on. Get her back into this lane. And that could have been even wilder. I wouldn't want to see it wilder, but boy, oh boy. Safety crew holds up and just want to check and see whether there was something that that tire got into, and it's certainly possible that any amount of fluid caused him to get close and almost hit the tree, managed to correct, and then crossed over just after 300 or 60 feet. So, yeah, precarious run there at best. Jeff P coasting through. His run will be disallowed, of course, because of crossing the center line. Jeremy Lott runs a 974 to 130 miles an hour. So So the start line crew takes care of the start line there, gets it back into a condition that is safe for everybody. They just want to make sure that if there was anything deposited from Jeff's bike, it is cleaned up, and it looks like that has been done. So we're still in what is called super gas for the CMDRA. The super gas category is V-twins of any frame configuration. So you see a lot of variety in this class because it's any configuration. A lot of Harleys. So as you can see, the start line crew is just dealing with some traction issues, start line issues here on the tower side. Just taking a closer look at everything there, and they have it pretty much cleaned up and dried off, and we'll be putting some traction compound. A lot of the bikes were heading over to the center lane, and that is always a precarious situation when you're on two wheels, but it's also sometimes the nature of the beast, the way that the bikes or cars are set up, that they're going to pull in one direction. So I think we're just a couple minutes away from resuming first qualifying here for the Canadian Drag Racing Motorcycle Association. Hey, race fans, I know that it is always a bit of a struggle whenever there is stuff on the racetrack, and that's what they're checking for out at the top end as well. But this is certainly a great weekend to have you out. We have got a double-header weekend with the NHRA Summit ET Series. Today we will be rolling into eliminations for race number 6, and then we will have race number 7, along with eliminations for Canada West Doorslammers and the CMDRA motorcycles. Their eliminations will be tomorrow. Today it's just qualifying for them, qualifying and time trials, and we are almost through. As soon as we get finished with the next few motorcycles, we will have final qualifying session for a couple of categories, that being hot rod, and then it will be super combo and super shifter, and then we're into eliminations. We got the go-ahead. It is clear on the racetrack, so we are set for our next two motorcycles. No information in the computer as yet, and that will be coming over the course of the afternoon. So our next two riders roll forward, and I will give you the times as they make their way down the quarter mile. Let's keep nice in the center of the groove. So Lordco Lane goes 1062 at 131 miles an hour, 1123 on the TCS side. We have a total of 28 motorcycles, it looks like, on the property as part of the CMDRA event. Next two, Jeremy Lott on the Lordco side. Jeremy Lott goes 12:18, 108 miles an hour. Red Deer rider makes his first run at the track. Hailing out of Maple Ridge, Tom Durand over here on the tower side. Lee Gallant from Mission, Hayabushi. Nice clean run for Tom. He goes 879, 157 miles an hour. 920 for lead, 152 miles an hour. And once again, he managed to get his way close to the outer edge of the groove. Manages to avoid any dangerous moves out at the top end. So here on the tower side from Mission, Lee Gallant and Adam Hetler. $973 for Adam Hetler. Lordco side, 1082 at 135 for Lee on the TCS side. So we're working our way down through the category. It looks like about 4 or 5 motorcycles left to qualify in this session. Then we go into the hot rod category. Way up front, way up high on that wheel stand. Neil manages to bring it down safely and gets through with a 993 at 146, but that was a pretty good wheel stand. It's hard enough racing on 2 wheels, let alone 1. So 2 test runs here just to check out the bikes. Dieter Gerst from Maple Ridge, 1978 Harley Twin over here, or actually over on the Lordco side there. Rob Forer from Maple Ridge, he's the one over here in the water box right now and getting the signal that something is wrong with the bike, so it'll be a single for Dieter Gerst. Hang on. Manages to get the bike under control, and, well, it goes through with a 10.28. 10.28. I'm not sure that that's exactly what he was looking for. 132 miles an hour, but did have some trouble off the start line. Managed to bring it back under control and stay in the groove, and away it goes. So 14.42 for Rob Forer, 14.42 at 105 miles an hour. And that being another test pass for him. The emergency crew is rolling at the top end as our last rider had problems. So as he was making the turnoff is when the incident occurred. So we've got the safety crew out there to check on the condition, and as soon as we get some concrete information, we will let you know. So this might be a good time as we attend to the safety matter at the top end. If you are getting a bit thirsty or a little bit peckish, now might be a good time to head over to the Half Track Snack Shack or check out the Pro Shop for some souvenirs and snacks. In the Pro Shop, they've got all kinds of great souvenir material from the NHRA and Mission Raceway. I was in there last race. All the latest hoodies and jackets. No jackets, I take that back. They've got other kinds of apparel for all ages, male, female, and headgear, hats of all kinds. You can probably pick up a die-cast car or some models or toys, whatever. Some Hot Wheels. I know they sell a lot of Hot Wheels out of that Pro Shop. Stickers, pins, glassware, you name it. If you forgot your sunscreen and you're feeling a little bit red, well, they've got some sunscreen probably as well. Chocolate bars, ice cream sandwiches, Magnum bars, and freezies. Everything included, as well as bug spray. There was one year, Nolan, there was one year where we were invaded by mosquitoes. I'm not sure if you remember that, but that was a nasty year. You didn't leave your door open very long before a whole pile of mosquitoes showed up in your car. So that's all at the Pro Shop. Check it out. It is available for you while we attend to the stuff at the top end. We'll certainly give you a heads up when we get back to some racing action, but it's going to be just a couple more minutes while they deal with the rider out at the top end. And as we get official information, we'll share that with you. The Half Track Snack Shack is certainly open, and if you're over on the spectator side, as I've said a couple of times, feel free to pop over and take the bridge and join us over here on the pit side.
Is the rider okay?
So word from the top end is that the rider is in fine condition, just a few scrapes and scratches on his arms, and so he's being attended to right now, but he is all right in every other way. So that is always good news. Like to report the good news, so we'll just be a couple of minutes while they clear the top end. But as I say, if you're wandering around in the pits, awful lot to see. Lots of great race cars out there, and there's nothing quite like taking a good close look at some of the vehicles, including the junior dragsters. They are always way more detailed than you can see on the strip from 75, 85 feet away.
Just so you know as well.
So attention in the pits while we just get set to resume racing, or qualifying action, I should say. We do need to have everybody keep an eye out for some keys on a green and tan lanyard. If you manage to come across these somewhere in your pit travels, keys on a green tan lanyard, we'd ask that you please return them to the tower, please. So a couple more that will be making their first qualifying run. And both of them leave a little early. The Crazy 8 bike on the tower side, fast bike, but left before the tree was activated, so no time. Tom Tarand, who's double classing, 9:01, 129 miles an hour. And when I say double classing, what I mean is Tom is running in multiple classes, so multiple categories, and so he has to get back into the staging lanes pretty quick. And so far he's been doing that. 9:01, 129 miles an hour, and that is going to do it for qualifying as we get set for the hot rod category now. If you're interested in vehicles that are 1999 or 1969 and older, this is a category for you. It's called Hot Rod, and they are all in the staging lanes. We will follow Hot Rod with Super Combo, and then we'll have Super Shifter, and then we will be into eliminations. Somewhere in there, we'll have a second round of Canada West Doorslammers. That will be about 2:30. That is what we're looking at. Second qualifying round of Canada West Doorslammers will be about 2:30. We'll keep you posted on that. We will be doing a little bit of a touch-up here on the start line. I see them bringing out the boards and laying them down. That is always a question that comes up in terms of what are they doing with the boards. What that's all about is basically the timing system is infrared beams that run across the track, and the infrared beams can be broken with a reflective surface. And so in order to make sure that there is no reflection taking place by the infrared beams, we paint it flat black, and as we spray the traction compound, we don't want it to be a glossy surface, so we cover just the areas around the infrared beams on the start line with that cardboard or wood, so that when we spray, it doesn't coat that surface. So that's what that's all about. And you can see Steve coming back on his sprayer device and using different percentages of spray depending on the cars that are running, and depending on a variety of things, where the spray needs to be stiffer. He is going to have the mix all set to go. So you see the sprayer heading down the track. The art and science of track preparation. It is really quite developed into, as I say, not only just a science, but it is an art as well. If you're building a brand new NHRA track, they have spec concrete, they have spec asphalt, they have spec all kinds of things. And part of that is to just reduce the number of variables when it comes to track preparation. So you can see him laying a very thick coat at the top end as he goes around, so that when cars are at speed, when you're running 170, 200 miles an hour, you want to have maximum traction out at the top end, and so that is what Steve is taking care of out there. Normally, on any given day, there will be a fair bit of clearing of rubber. Sometimes we have too much rubber on the start line, so we will have to do some maintenance on the start line to clear the rubber so that it is a fresh surface. You apply some traction compound, and then you'll see the tractors go out as they rub that traction compound into the surface at the same time as they apply rubber onto the surface. Underneath the pads on both the tractors are old used slicks, and so we get to recycle those old slicks and put that rubber down in big patches, and it mixes with the traction compound. And trust me, there is a rule in NHRA that you are not allowed to be on a racing surface with flip-flops or with shoes that are not securely attached, because, well, you'll lose those shoes. They will just come off. I've seen it happen lots of times where even shoes that are loose on your feet, the traction is so sticky, it will just take your shoes right off of you, and then you're standing in sock feet or bare feet in some really sticky, gooey stuff. So you saw that happen with one of the motorcycles. As soon as he got out of the groove where the surface has been treated, the tires started spinning and smoking. As soon as he comes back into the treated section, that tire starts to grip. On a lot of the professional categories, they are dealing with constant slippage. There's something about not having your tires hook up entirely. With some of the 8th mile racing that takes place, and we'll see some of that for Door Wars here coming up. Let me just get my schedule out, because Door Wars is one of those events where we're dealing with 8th mile, and that is going to take place the last weekend of June 30th, July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So we'll have a huge contingent of very fast door cars here, including Pro Mod and so forth. But there will also be some high horsepower 8th mile racing, and those drivers have gotten used to competing in a number of series where their tires actually do hook up for the full 8th mile. So completely different kind of racing, but you'll see it here for Door Wars as we hear cars getting fired up and getting set to come under the bridge. So we have made the opportunity for some cars to make some test runs, and that's what we're going to see here for the next few minutes. And these cars are vehicles that are getting set for racing action through 2022 and still working out some bugs. And both these cars are, as I was talking about, strong 8th mile runners. So in the case of the car on the start line right now, he's bleeding off the nitrous, which is going to be adding even more horsepower. It is conceivable that you have small-bodied cars. Mustang bodies are very popular in 8th mile racing, and upwards of 1,000 horsepower. So you can just imagine that after the 8th mile, these cars can get pretty squirrely. So it has been decided that 8th mile is the limit for these high horsepower cars with very small drag slicks, very small radial slicks. Nice and straight, clean, goes 485 at 141 miles an hour, and that is a nice run, 485. So it's a great little pass for that. That's the kind of racing. It's real quick. You want to be here for Door Wars when there's, you know, upwards of 8, 10, 12 of those cars all racing. Gets pretty hairy sometimes too. They don't always go that straight. So it's pretty exciting stuff. Here's another test run, sitting at the start line right now in the water box. So these cars typically run Outlaw 10.5, Outlaw 275, which, and the number is a designation of the tire size more than anything. So it is small tire action, high horsepower, small tires, and they are a handful. So 493 at 144 miles an hour. A licensing pass. Kevin Ness. And we got some smoke out of the pickup at the top end. 806, 131 miles an hour. Kevin Ness was on the last run, and we've got a couple more test runs here before we get into hot rod qualifying. On the test pass, heading down track, the TCS lane runs 8:57, 10:11 in the other lane as we get set for a pass from the dragster. My guess is that's a car that will be running in the top dragster category. Quickest bracket racers on the planet. In NHRA trim, if he's running top dragster, he can run as quick as 6.10. Runs any quicker than 6.10, the run doesn't count. If he runs quicker than 6, he gets sent home packing. So this looks to be Dane Lekelt. Some of his team. Seems to be a relatively straight pass. 6:54, 202 miles an hour, shoots out. He brings it to a stop at the top end. 6:54, 6:54. So Justin Gibson making the pass there. It started out well, but ended coasting through. 14:44, and that little fox-bodied Mustang, 77 miles an hour. $14.53 at 64 miles an hour. Vogt Brothers Racing, we're running this car in the Pro Mod category. Right now, it is a licensing pass as we have a new team who bought this car and are just getting familiar with it. Josh Brett. Okay, this is license and testing. And so this team has recently acquired this vehicle, and so they are doing some shakedown runs on it. We're here doing that at the last event as well, as they become familiar with the car's performance before they actually get into any racing competition. It's Josh Brett from West Bank. Managed to get it back into the groove and off the gas part way. 878 at 128 miles an hour. There's a lot more under the hood. Ashley Westlow. That's who that was in that car. So not Josh Brett, as I said. So out of Langley, this is Scott Grant, 2001 Camaro. He's making a licensing pass. So a licensing pass, as per usual, on a series of, there is a series of licensing passes that you have to make in order to get your competition license. You'll need to make at least 2 hits off the start line under full power and then get off the gas, and then you need to make 2 hits that are half track, and then 2 full passes that are witnessed by licensed drivers before you are given the go-ahead, assuming that your times are within a certain time frame. So here we go. This is another dragster that could probably run in Super Comp or maybe Top Dragster. Has his choice. Could run in Super Pro too. We got Mike Robinson over here, tower side. And Justin Bond in the dragster, qualifying session number 2. .703, 187 miles an hour for Justin Bond. Mike Robinson goes 920 with an 8, 140 miles an hour. So Justin Bond making a qualifying pass. Great reaction time, 0:29. Robinson 0:38. As John Jenkins in his new truck. Brought it out a couple of weeks ago and did some serious damage to it, and that had to be replaced, and so he's back with the truck. Sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Vision Exteriors. In the other lane, Kelly Voss in the dragster. So Kelly Voss goes 904, 144 miles an hour. John Jenkins in the pickup, 1118, 115 miles an hour as we continue second round to qualifying in Super Pro. Motorsports Super Pro now brings to the line Craig Johnson in the wagon and Ted Buss in the 34 Ford. Ted Buss goes 899, 144 miles an hour, 1075 for Craig Johnson in the wagon, 120 miles per hour. And next up is Haley Christensen and Wes Vath. Haley in the 67 Chevy here, tower side, TCS lane. Wes Vath in the Firebird, the 83 Firebird. On the Lordco side, his 12th year of racing, his machinist, hails out of Kamloops. Haley runs 852, 158 miles an hour, 944 for Wes Vath, 142 miles per hour. As Martin Rochelle and Derek Buick come to the line. Martin Rochelle, 468 cubic inch Chevy. Attention in the pit, Super Combo. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. Super Combo, bring them up. Lanes 5 and 6, Super Combo. This is your call. Martin Rochelle from Surrey. Over here, tower side, Darren Buick in the Nova. Runs a 9 flat, 147 miles an hour, 1091 for Martin Rochelle, 127 miles an hour. That is a 1090 car, so if he was running the index, he was pretty close. Jason Gibson and Richard Love. Gibson from Surrey in the 66 Mustang, and Richard Love from Osoyoos in the S10. So Jason goes 007 red, shows up on the reader board as a minus. He runs a 986 with a 9, 133 miles an hour. Love goes 1187, 121 miles an hour. Al McKay Smith, first time we've seen him out, first time I've seen him out this year anyway, in his 65 Nova wagon. Drove down from Merritt, where he is a farmer. Al McKay Smith on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Car he picked up a few years ago and has been working on, tinkering on, goes 951, 136 miles an hour. Last pair, it looks like. So that was the last one, as we are now in Hot Rod. Dustin Hunter here on the tower side, and Rob Monroe from Surrey in the 69 Acadian. The category is Hot Rod, 69 or older. 69 or older to be in the Hot Rod category. Hodgson will get there with a 1076, 123 miles an hour. Bill Halicki goes 1088, 122 miles an hour. Next pair is Jim Benke. He's in the CUDA. Rob Monroe Sr., 31 Model A. Big blower sitting on top of that little 414 small block Chevy. Way up in the air go the wheels on the Barracuda, as he is going to try and catch Model A, but 897 too fast for the 1003 that Barracuda runs. Attention, we have called Super Combo to the lanes. Super Combo, you should be in the lanes. Super Combo to the lanes, and Super Shifter, you're on standby. And we're going to make the announcement for Canada West Doorslammers. You're on a 20-minute standby. 20-minute standby, but Super Combo, you should be in the lane. Super Combo and Super Shifter. Super Combo, let's put you in 3 and 4. Super Shifter, 1 and 2. Terry Charles now in Martin Jackman. Charles in the 56 Chevy. Jackman in the Chevelle wagon. '56 Chevy goes 1023 at 127, 1287, 104 miles an hour for the Chevelle wagon. Sylvia Hoogston over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Martin Dykstra, he's over on the TCS side, runs a 954 at 135 miles an hour. Sylvia, 1255 with a Ford, 106 miles per hour. And here comes Mark Brenzinger with the out of time 64 Nova. And Jerry Brabander with the 62 Chevy 2. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Sportsman, first round of eliminations. We need you to the lanes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sportsman, bring them up. 1, 2, 3, and 4 for your first round of eliminations. We continue in Hot Rod. Burt Worrell and Glenn Fillingham. Fillingham driving the 68 AMX. Over on the spectator side, the Lordco lane. Burt Worrell in the 67 Nova. He's on the TCS side, and he gets there with a 901, 145 miles an hour. Fillingham goes 1210, 1210, 111 miles per hour. So attention in the pits. We're going to belay that Sportsman call for just a few minutes as we have got Canada West Doorslammers getting ready. So Sportsman, we need you to hold up for a few minutes while we sort out the staging lanes. So here we go with the Super Combo category. Cars running in the 890s, 990s, and 1090s. Running on the Index. Jerry Epp here in the 66 Mustang. Running on the NHRA circuit in the Super Street category. Stephen Veach, 72 Plymouth. That blue Mopar. He also runs in the Super Pro. You can see Jerry Epp doing the throttle stop racing. So he puts the timer in, takes the power out, and then pushes it back in at the top end. 1075 for Veach. 1075, 1091 for Jerry Epp. And that brings up Dan Parsons, another one of the 1090 cars. In the other lane, Warren Jacobson. Jacobson in the 67 Chevy 2. And you see a classic example of throttle stop in play there as both drivers sort of basically came to a crawl before the power comes back in, and they all try to get as close to 1090 as possible. 1095 and 1092. Attention, now we're making the call for Sportsman. First round, come to the lanes at 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Of course, Dean Peterson, the only car on the property in Super Combo today that is not running a 1090 index. That car typically runs in Super Gas, giving it the 990 index.
Martin Rochelle, 78 Malibu. Martin Rochelle, another one of the 1090 runners. And And he runs 1090 with a 5, so dead on with a 5, 127 miles an hour. And that is going to do it for Super Combo. We'll go into Super Shifter. Cars on the property in the Super Shifter category. First one up, Dale Posnick from Maple Ridge, Riff Raff Racing. It's a 67 Mustang, 390 cubic inches under the hood. Dale Posnick is set to make his second qualifying pass. And don't talk over the burnout. Never heard. Bill Friend in the other lane from Victoria in the 65 Comet. So Posnick goes 1017, 131 miles an hour, 975 for Bill Friend at 140 miles an hour. And once again, keep in mind, these drivers in this category of Super Shifter are using all 4 appendages, 1 foot on the gas, 1 foot on the clutch, 1 hand on the steering wheel, and 1 hand on the shifter because they are manually shifting all the way down the quarter mile. No automatics allowed. So John DePork and Jamie Roth head down track. Roth goes 10-11, 132 miles an hour on the Lordco side. John in the Camaro, 10-21, 130 miles an hour, as that brings up the next pair. Grant Clone, famous for that front end lifting, and according to that first round report, wow, it went way high. That 67 Fairlane is from Victoria. Keith Winterbottom over here on the Tower side in the Nova. Wow. Once again, Grant lifting the front wheels, but going straight for the wall, so he gets out of it safely. In the meantime, at the top end, heading towards the center, it runs an 850 with 159 miles an hour. Keith Winterbottom just managing to stay on his side of the racing surface. Terry Hoogston on the Lordco side is in the 71 VW. Scott Winterbottom just backing up now. Looks like there is some problems underneath the car that the start line crew is attending to. So bad luck for Scott. meantime, Terry makes a single. Goes 1174 at 110 miles an hour. Wayne Davis from Victoria in the 64 VW, the deadly one. And Alf Weed, 1970 Buick. So the VW just coasting through at 1041, 128 miles an hour for the Buick, and 1649 for Davis in that VW. Will Zorek, 62 Chevy, 1103 at 121 miles an hour. As we get close to winding down second round of qualifying here with Super Shifters. Alan Lougheed now from North Van in his 63 Falcon. Getting close to the wall, gets back in the middle, and manages to stay there all the way to the top end. Little bit of a shaky run, 1068, 110 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket to lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. Or sorry, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And we're going to put Canada West Doorslammers. You're on standby. We'll get you into lane numbers 5 and 6 for your second round of qualifying. But we need Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket to the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bring them up. So here we go now. First round of actual eliminations for the day. Race number 6 in the NHRA Summit ET Series. And we start with Sportsman. So we have got 17 cars in the category. Half of them will return, and half of them will get set for the next race, shall we say. So Scarlett Moore, right now, who is over on the Lordco side, she is in 17th place. Neil Smith is in the pickup. Handicaps are indicated on the reader board at the top end. You can see who is going to be leaving the start line first, and you can tell that the truck rolled the beam, turned the red light on, and so the win light comes on for Scarlett Morin. She takes that blue Malibu into the next round here in Sportsman. She runs 1294 at 103 miles an hour, but Neil Smith could not hold that 70 GMC in the staging beams. You saw him roll forward, and that's not a good sign. The red light comes on, and he is out of competition. And that brings up the Corvette, driven by Joanna Robello from Pitt Meadows. Dialed in at 1432, and Bruce Sturts in the 69 Rambler, one of 3 American Motors products that are here on the property. 3 is actually 2 more than usual. Bruce Sturts from Langley gets the handicap start, dialed in at a 1640 against Robello's 1432. And they head down track. If they did their timing properly, they'll end up at the top end at the same time. Breakout for Joanna, 1660 for Bruce Sturts. So 1660 and a 1640 dial. That's good to advance into the next round. So Kai Jesseman and Eric Hansen, next pair. So Brandon Piscacek now turns on the red light. Win light comes on for Sylvia in the Mustang. So Sylvia will advance. Brandon cut the tree down, went 106 red, and then ran too quick. So 1268, 106 miles an hour. That is good to advance for Sylvia in that blue Mustang. Scott Wilson now and Bill Wells. That's Scott Wilson driving the 81 Malibu wagon, and Bill Wells in just the regular 81 Malibu. Scott Wilson from Delta, dialed in at 1320. Gets the handicap start over Bill Wells, who's dialed in at 1259. So there you see the handicap start. So attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need the CMDRA motorcycles. We need you for your next round of qualifying in lanes 1 and 2. You can start bringing them up. Canada West Doorslammers. Your round number 2 is coming up first, and we need you in lane 5 and 6. Pro bracket, you should be all in 1, 2, 3, and 4. As Jim Mantle and Gary Fawcett make their run here in first round of Sportsman. Handicap start went ever so slightly to the pacer, but the win light comes on for Gary Fawcett in the 66 Plymouth, 1438 at 80 miles an hour. So next up, Randy Hermson, school bus driver from Mission in his 58 Oldsmobile, 3,800 pounds of racing action in 13 seconds. And Greg Marshall in the other lane, 88 Cutlass. It is going to be a handicap start for Randy Hermson, 13:41 against Marshall's 12:44. So Randy Hermson, well, he'll be leaving first. Weighing in at 3,800 pounds, even though it's got a fiberglass front end, it's a big, heavy car. Wind light comes on a double breakout for Greg Marshall, 1240 with a 5 on a 1244 dial. So Greg Marshall takes out Randy Hermson. And that brings up Sidney Jung and Steve Baskerville. Here the handicap start goes to the 96 Camaro of Sidney Jung. She's dialed in at 1425. The Baskerville Golf is dialed in at 1254. Sidney is off and running. It's green lights here. That little Golf has got a goodly amount of pickup. Will he get around Sidney? Yes, he does. Goes 1258 with a 9 on a 1254 dial, so Steve will advance into the next round. It was Sidney with a much better reaction time, 0:45 on the tree against a 191, but not enough at the top end, and Steve got around her. And that brings up Mike Brady. Odd number of vehicles in the category. There were 17 Sportsmen, I believe. Mike Brady gets the bye in the pickup, 2003 Sonoma. He is at the top end with a 1181, 97 miles an hour. And that takes us into Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket Round number 1. Once again, look at all the cars that are on the property. Half of them will advance, and the other half, there's 16 cars in this category. So 8 of them will advance, and 8 of them will start planning for the next race. Actually, I take that back. I touched another screen. There are 27 cars, so looks like 16 of them, roughly. Will advance. Stu Funk over here in the 70 Chevelle. Jeff Whitworth in the S10. They both red light. The lesser red light goes to the TCS lane. 001 against an 021. So wind light comes on, 11-11 for Stu Funk in the Chevelle. Take that good-looking Chevelle into the next round. Walter Johnson and Veronica Hodgson now. 11:32 against a 12:65. So Veronica in the Dart gets the handicap start here. Veronica from Mission. As I say, 12:65. Walter in the 72 Chevelle dialed in at 11:32. He'll sit patiently on the start line. He certainly was patient, getting out of shape and heading to the center line, though. So he had to get off the gas as Veronica just goes through with a 14:06. She was off the pace as well. Problem set in, though, for Walter Johnson as he kept heading for the center line and did everything in his power to stay away. Both cars slowing down and taking an early turnoff at the top end. That's going to bring up the next pair, Kim Cornish and Loren Schwartz. Kim Cornish driving the 77 Mustang 2 actually, and Loren Schwartz in the 83, well, it usually is a Monte Carlo. but not today. He broke his Monte Carlo. So he's driving the little Jimmy. It's a quick little car, too. Not quick enough. $11.99. Win light goes to Kim Cornish. $11.31 for the win, 112 miles an hour. Both drivers running 112 miles an hour. Jim Benke facing off now with James Dobson. Got 1970 Camaro. Looks like a chartreuse, I would say. It's not green, it's not yellow. Handicap went to Dobson just a bit as Benke dialed in at 10:04. Does his typical lifting the front wheels, and will he get there first? He does. Wind light comes on. 10:06 on a 10:04 dial. So Jim Benke advancing. Round number 2 of Pro bracket as Jeff Bell and Nick Ribello are now set for their elimination round. 11:45 for Nick Ribello in the Silver Regal. And so we're just holed up. Looks like it will be a single for Jeff Bell as problems set in for Nick Ribello. .954 with a 7 at 138 miles an hour, and it looks like the start line crew is seeing some substance on the start line that they'll have to deal with from Nick's car, and they'll push him back. If you are in the stands and you're looking around and you're thinking, why is everything so blurry? We do have some glasses that were turned in here to the tower. So if you're having trouble seeing those reader boards at the top end, I have a solution. I have your glasses. They're up here in the tower. So if you're wandering about and you happen to look down on the ground somewhere and you say, wow, there's an iPhone in a flip case. Well, it's not your lucky day. Somebody has lost that, and we know who it is. And if you happen to find it, we would certainly appreciate it if you would bring it up to the tower. That is a iPhone in a flip case. If you happen to spot that, you would be doing a world of good to the person who lost it. Bring it up to the tower, and we'll make sure it gets to them. And as I say, if you have lost some glasses, we have those up in the tower here, and we'd certainly like to get them to you if you need them to drive home. That would be a good thing, right? So we're in the middle of Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket, first round of eliminations, and we are going to be having the second round of qualifying for Canada West Doorslammers and also the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association. they will have their second round of qualifying as well. And all that is coming up with more and more racers yet to hit the track. In the meantime, we just have a little bit of a cleanup over on the Lordco side. As soon as that happens, as soon as that cleanup is done, we'll get back to racing. So just to give you a heads up on the action here this afternoon, as soon as we get back to racing, we will be completing this first round of Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. Then we are going to go into junior dragsters. And then I was about to say the wrong thing. So after we finish pro bracket, we will go into second round of Doorslammer qualifying, and then second round of motorcycle CMDRA qualifying, and then we will resume with junior dragsters. So Bubba Speed Shop, our category sponsor for Pro Bracket in 2022. Just a word about that operation. Bubba Speed Shop specializes in turning cars of all different makes and models into serious speed machines. They perform upgrades based on each individual's customer needs, whether it's a minor modification or an all-out custom vehicle. Bubba's is the place for you because they recognize that a hot rod build can be differently interpreted by each and every customer. So they build each car exactly to the customer's specifications, providing suggestions along the way. Bubba Speed Shop is capable of performing a vast array of specialized services. They can handle restorations, hot rod builds, drag car setups, performance vehicle maintenance, as well as your daily general maintenance in your daily driver. You name it, Bubba Speed Shop can handle it. Bubba Speed Shop is located at, get the number right, Bubba Speed Shop is 310-20630 Mufford Crescent in Langley. So Bubba Speed Shop is our category sponsor for Pro Bracket, and that's where we're at on today's elimination schedule. Attention once again in the pits. We are calling all Doorslammers, Canada West Doorslammers. We need you into the staging lanes for round number 2 of qualifying. If you are still in the pits, you're in the wrong place. You need to be heading to the staging lanes. So here we go, back into eliminations. John Vandeven in his 68 Firebird over here tower side. Lordco lane, that's John Barrichello. They are staged. Handicap comes down for the Coronet. Coronet gets close to the wall off the start line, but brings it right back in the center, but did take up a bit more time to do that. Who gets there first? Well, it's John Vandeven, 10-10 with a 7, 131 miles an hour. So we'll see that Firebird in round number 2 as John Barrichello is out of the action. Brian Vader now and Daryl Stobie. Stobie's dialed in at 1034. Brian Vader, 1008. So Stobie in the 64 Chevelle gets the handicap start. Will leave the line about 3/10 of a second, actually maybe 2/10 of a second ahead of the Dart. Wow, identical reaction times as they head down track. It's going to be decided at the stripe, and the win light comes on for Brian Vader, 10-12 with a 9 on a 10:08 dial. Their reaction times were identical, 0:38. 124 miles an hour. Margin of victory, wow, 74/10,000ths of a second for Brian Vader. So Daryl Stobie not able to stay out in front with that handicap, even with that great reaction time. Vader just a little bit closer to his dial-in. So here we go, the next pair was Tom Katnick and Chris Stone. Katnick getting the handicap start. He leaves, cannot hold the car on the start line, and so Chris Stone gets the win. Katnick having problems right out at the hit. Car just rolled the beam, turns on the red light. So Stone goes 10-11 at 129 miles an hour on a 10:03 dial. So Chris Stone moving into the next round. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Next pair, Dell Northgraves from Pitt Meadows, 1977 Nova, and Rich Dyes in the 73 Nova. It's all green, handicap start going to Rich Dyes. His job is to stay out in front. Will he do it? No, he does not. Win light comes on for Dell Northgraves in the 77 Nova. Goes 10:65 at 123 miles an hour as Dave Jung and Dennis Winton get set. Winton's driving Shaggy, the 66 Bel Air. That's the car that you'll see leaving first. 1180 is the dial-in for Dennis Winton. You can see that at the top end on the reader board. Dave Jung, 1086. He's driving the 96 Camaro. Red light start for Dennis Winton, goes 009 red, handing the win over to Dave Jung. Dave now has got it all in his hand. He's racing for the green light. The win light, 11:01 at 114 miles an hour for Dave Jung to advance into the next round against Dennis Winton. Here comes Jay White now and Craig Johnson. Johnson's Custom Exhaust, 1979 Malibu. That's over in the Lordco lane. Jay White over here. The tower side, 1988 Fox bodied Mustang. Courtney, his home base. Handicap goes to Craig Johnson. 1175 against White's 985. Mustang has got to work hard to track down that Malibu. Will he get there by 1,320 feet? Yeah, he does. He actually ran around Craig Johnson. Johnson ran too quick to stay out in front, not by much. 1174.9 on an 1175 dial, but Jay White 991.0. So the win light comes on for Jay White's Mustang. Here's Bill Wells now and William Wood. Bill Wells, sponsored by T&T Auto, leaving first off the line. problems for William Wood, not able to get the car to hook up. Has been having problems all day with that little Mustang. So wing light comes on for Bill Wells, goes 12:38 with a 7 at 83 miles an hour. Here comes Mike Nottingham and Heather Hornell. Mike is from New West, 67 Fairlane. That's the black Fairlane over here on the TCS side of the racetrack. Heather Hornell from Chilliwack, driving the 2003 Sonoma pickup. Pickup leaves first, 11:55. Big handicap start here for the pickup as Mike's dialed in at 9:40. So Mike's got to sit, and he doesn't sit long enough. Rolls the beam, ends up going way red. Just not patient enough. Saw that pickup leaving, and the pickup goes 11:75, 106 miles an hour. So Heather advancing into the next round of Bubba's Speed Shop Pro bracket. And that looks to be it for that category. So round number 1 complete. As we get set, wait for it, as we get set for some track preparation. So you're saying to yourself, what category is this? Well, the category is the tractors prepare the track for the fast door cars, which are Canada West Doorslammers, and they're going to be followed by some fast motorcycles as well. So what we try to do in between rounds at the appropriate times is get the tractors out there, do a little bit of dragging, get another fresh coat of rubber onto the surface of the racetrack, and so that's what they're doing. It will just occur, I think, at the start, so we won't be dragging the whole track, but they will be just putting a little bit of fresh rubber as we get set for Canada West Doorslammers. Doorslammers weekend, the sponsor is Associated Tire and Auto. Associated Tire and Auto have provided the Campbell River residents and businesses with fast, dependable service since 2011. Dedicated to establishing long-term customer relationships, you can trust their experienced staff for top-notch service and quality products. The experts at Associated Tire and Auto will recommend the best tires depending on your needs. They carry Toyo and Kumo tires. Call them or come to the workshop for a free consultation and for a free cup of coffee. They have all kinds of services, including computerized wheel balancing, tire repair, tire rotation, and all sorts of other things, everything from getting a general tune-up to oil and lube service. So it is a full-service shop, Associated Tire and Auto, located at 1710 Island Highway in Campbell River. The Canada West Doorslammer Series, they run a series of 6 races in the year. This is their first appearance here at Mission Raceway. The title sponsor is Winter Harbor Marina and RV for the 2022 season. But they have a wide range of associate sponsors that they would like to thank, give a shout out to, and they include Artex Barn Solutions in Abbotsford, Greenlight Auto Sales, VP Race Fuel Distributor Jason Field in Mission, Paradise Homes in Victoria, Associated Tire and Auto in Campbell River, Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing in Campbell River, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating in Courtenay, BC, and TCS Performance Products of Langley, and last but not least, Travel Land RV, all located in Langley, Kelowna, Airdrie, and Grand Prairie. So those are your association sponsors for the Canada West Doorslammers. We'll get set to see their second round. They've had one hit on the track, an opportunity to see how the car is performing, and so they've gone back into the pits. If you've wandered the pits and watched, You've no doubt seen them making some fine-tuning and adjustments. Well, that's all going to come into play now as we see whether all those adjustments were exactly what was needed for them to get under that 870 or quicker. That's the point that they all have to reach in order to race. It's an all-run program, but you got to run 870 or quicker. Most of them seem to do that. 16 cars, 19 cars on the property, and it looks like Peter Lacanis ran an 8:7:05. Warner Wagner having problems, 11:06, and John West as well, not able to get off the line at 12:81. So those three sure will be looking to make a better run. Everybody else, the first 16, under that 8:54 with a 3. The field is led by John DeYoung in his swoopy Camaro, 674.4, 205 miles an hour. And then comes Rod Leclerc from Victoria at 676 at 204 miles an hour. We're talking fast cars here. Paul Stretch, number 3, 725 at 185. Otto Schulte is 4th. Henry Zacharias 5th. Grant Howell 6th. James Kennedy 7th. And in 8th position, Brian Ritchie. So you want to find out your favorite and keep track of them. Come race day tomorrow, we hope to see all of you race fans back here because all of the Canada West Doorslammers and the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association will be having their elimination runs tomorrow, along with a race number 7 in the Summit ET Racing Series. So lots of action left for today and a whole lot more coming tomorrow. If you are on the property and you're looking in your wallet to make a debit payment or a Visa payment, and you find that your card is no longer there, well, you might want to come up to the tower as we have a Scotiabank scene card that has been turned in, has been found and turned in, along with some glasses. And boy, we're becoming quite the lost and found today. So if you're not in your spot on the bleachers, I would suggest now's the time to head to the bleachers as we are getting set for the second round of qualifying Canada West Doorslammer action. Presented this weekend by Associated Tire and Auto. And we're going to kick things off with Derek Shirk and Warner Wagner. Wagner not able to get a good run on the car earlier. There's some smoke off of those tires, that's for sure. Derek Shirk, owner of Titanium Auto Supply, driving that 66 Chevy 2. He's got that really, really nice Camaro, freshly wrapped, sitting in the pits. If you haven't had a chance to take a peek at that, you might want to head over there It is wrapped by Image Motorsports, and it's that chrome red look. Really, really nice. And as a matter of fact, if you're thinking your race car is looking maybe just a little bit peaked, you might want to check out the good folks at Image Motorsports. I'm sure that they could set you up with some really nice wrap in a matter of minutes. So Derek Shirk driving the 66 Chevy 2. He's over here tower side. Warner Wagner is in the 2010 PT Cruiser. Most PT Cruisers do not come with a wing that big. That is an extra add-on. That is an option that I'm not sure that you'd get through the dealership. He's from Coldstream, BC, where he is a machinist. Wagner looking to improve on that 1106. He's staged and set. Here comes Derek into the beams. They're set. Here comes the tree. Once again, the Cruiser up on the back wheels, but he's got a solid run going here. Looks to be off the gas. Still not going to make it. 929, 104 miles an hour. Shirk goes 855. 855, not better than his 849. So Shirk in the 13th spot right now as Andy Hatton and Jason Field roll back. Andy Hatton run from last round, 854. So Jason Field, Andy Hatton, almost identical reaction times. You see a 76 and a 73, 816 for Field. 816 betters by about 4/10. His earlier time pops him into the number 11 spot. Andy Hatton, 854. Well, he's staying in the 16th spot. And that's going to bring up our next two. Brian Ritchie from Poco and Adam DeYoung. Adam experienced start line problems, not able to hold the Camaro in the beams, ended up leaving before the tree was activated first round, and so got no time, no data whatsoever as far as the performance of the car. So this will be a run where he'll be focused on that pre-staged. Adam, I mentioned, a couple of years in junior dragsters, so here he is in a full-size car. Reaction time definitely taking into account his early leave before. 922, 148 miles an hour. Ritchie, on the other hand, 790. 790, not better than his 789 of round number 1. James Kennedy. Completing the burnout. Kennedy from Langley. 2004 Grand Am. It's interesting to see the rotation of cars as Kennedy picked up this Grand Am, and his green Camaro was purchased by Andy Hatton. So Hatton is now campaigning the Grinch in Super Pro category, and is probably here in the Doorslammer category. James Kennedy from Langley. First qualifying pass was 770. 770, so solidly in the field. So that looks like a nice clean pass all the way down. 766, so a little bit of an improvement there. Did leave the line before the green, but that doesn't count against you in qualifying, so he is in 7th spot right now. 766, 8 to 178 miles an hour. Paul Debris Jr. and Mark Schuppenen. Paul Debris over here in the 66 Valiant. One of the biggest tailgate wings known to the racing community. That is a full picnic table on the back of that 66 Valiant. Mark Schupanen from West Kelowna, 95 Chevy Pendozi machine. 8:45 was the time for Paul Debris. First time out. 8:10 for Mark. Will they improve? 8:39, so improvement for Paul Debris. 8:14, not an improvement for Mark, so Mark stays in the number 10 spot for now, and Paul in the number 13 spot. Otto Schulte now with the Ghost Flames on the side of that 2005 Cavalier. Schulte from Black Creek. Wants to thank Georgia Strait Collision, Rondex, Associated Tire, Next Gen Hearing, and Odlum Brown, the investment people, for supporting his racing activities. Devin Jansen, the 1970 Black Nova from Armstrong. Otto Schulte stops the clocks at 7:50. That's a little better than his first round. 8:54, not better for Devin Jansen. Schulte stays number 4 for now, and Jansen 15th. Greg Field had problems off the line in the first round of qualifying. Got his foot back in it and made a nice clean pass for the last 3/4 of the strip, but getting off the line with that short wheelbase Opel GT, that's the tough part. It grabs, and sometimes it just does not want to cooperate. Looks like brand new Goodyears on that car as well, and they are big tires. If you're in the pits, go check out that Opel GT. That is a marvel of engineering with the turbos on there. As a matter of fact, big thanks going out to Jubilee RV, Acumen Machine, and Total Turbo for Greg Field. He ran an 8:20, so he managed to gather it up in that first round, but that car has been in the 6s. Peter Lucanis, the 63 Corvette, consistent 8.7 runner. First round, he ran 8.705. Once again, breaking the tires loose. The Opel GT not getting a good pass. Pops the chute early. Goes 8.56. 8.56. So not better than the 8.20. Will stay in the number 12 spot. Peter Lucanis 17. Here comes John DeYoung Sr. John DeYoung with the swoopy Camaro in the number 1 spot. 674. Artex Barn Solutions, Total Dairy Solutions, TDS. They do great service in the dairy industry, making cows as comfortable as possible to allow them to provide great milk and everything else. So make the cows comfy and you get good product from them. That's their job. Grant Howell from Victoria, driving that orange 37 Chevy. So John DeYoung, straight down, runs 674, exactly what he ran last time. 674.4. That's identical to his first run. Grant Howell goes 761.5, and that's a little bit of an improvement. Goes into the number 6 spot. Now, first round, John West over here on the tower side just didn't get off the start line. Problems, bogged down, basically coasted through the quarter mile, so this is his first opportunity. He did ring up a 1281 with a 7, but clearly there's more in that car than 1281. The other lane, Henry Zacharias, 759. Looking to make some improvement, currently in the number 5 spot. So Henry Zacharias of Zacharias Investments over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Your number 5 qualifier. It is John West over here, Kingsley Trucking, and JL Drive-In. Got a 622 cubic inch Rare and Morrison under the hood, so there's more than enough power to get that car in the eights. A little bit better of a hookup this time as Zacharias got out of shape and headed for the wall and got out of the gas. Meanwhile, West, he is in with an 8 flat. 8 flat at 172 miles an hour for John West, but it was Henry Zacharias who was using way more than 1,320 feet by the time you calculate how far he got to the wall and then back to the center, and then basically coasted through till he's sitting at the top end. So we'll have the safety crew out there and just check that everything is all right and see. Probably have to tow him off if something was broken. Henry looks to be getting out of the car. So the safety crew, as usual, will be out checking just to make sure that it wasn't something under the tire that caused Henry to veer off to the right that way against the wall. So I'm just going to take a wild guess, given what I'm seeing of the safety crew. They are out there with some oil pads and brooms, so it looks like we may have some residue. As soon as I get an official word, I will pass that on to you, but it does look like there may be in need of some cleanup mid-track, which is likely what caused Henry to veer off to the side. See, the scrubber is now heading out that way, and whenever the scrubber moves, that's rarely a good sign. So it does look like we're going to be down for a few minutes here as we have, as I say, the scrubber is out there. So might be a good time to head over to the concession stand or the pro shop or both. Do them both. Head through the pit area, and I mentioned earlier how many of the racers do have merch available, and anything you can do to grab a shirt or grab something that helps support their race teams, I'm sure that they would be greatly appreciative of that. And I always mention this, that if you want to get a jump on your Christmas shopping, the Pro Shop has just about everything you need for the racer in your family. Grab hold of any of their great-looking apparel. They got some headgear in there. They've got some toys. They've got all kinds of glassware, and, well, you name it. You'd be surprised. Every time I walk in the Pro Shop, I see something that I didn't see before. They also have snacks, chips, and all sorts of ice cream. And this is actually a day. Wow, it's like 20 degrees out there. If that's not an ice cream day, I don't know what is. So head over to the Pro Shop and check out what is available. I'll give you a good heads up when I see things being cleared up. Get you back in the stands in plenty of time to see the rest of the racing action. We've got a few more Canada West Doorslammers that will be making their way down the track, and then we've got a great field of Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association motorbikes set to do their second round of qualifying as well before we go into qualifying eliminations, actually, for the ET Bracket Series. So there you go. I'll give you a heads up as we get a little bit closer, but in the meantime, safety crew is going to do their work, and they'll do it as efficiently as humanly possible. So we always, we never look forward to when damage occurs and we have to do a cleanup like this. There is a thin line of oil that is virtually down the full quarter mile. So it's going to be a bit of a cleanup. So as I mentioned earlier, it is a good time to head back into the pits and take a look at some of the race cars that are there. We will certainly keep you posted as far as when we get close to some racing action, but you won't be missing anything for the next little bit if you were to head over to the snack shack and grab a bite to eat or whatever it is. So I'll give you a heads up as we get closer. And we certainly appreciate your patience. I'm sure you understand that everything we're doing has to be done with the racer's safety in mind, and so when you're traveling that fast, the last thing you need is to encounter a little bit of slippery stuff. So we would always ask racers that if you feel something is amiss in the car, and pull over and stop as quickly as possible so that you're not releasing oil down the full quarter mile, but do try to pull over as early and safely as possible. Just a heads up, they are, as you can tell by the trucks and tractors and everything else up at the top end, they have applied some gold dust, the powdered rosin, to the serious spots. They've got to burn that in. And so they're working feverishly out there. I always think about the fact that it's one thing to be, especially when it's a super hot day, you know, you're sitting on the stands and you're thinking, wow, it's just hot. Imagine if you had to be out there working. So that's what they're doing, getting that sorted out, and we're getting closer, but there's clearly some cleanup that has to be required to get that track back into 100% condition. So we'll just keep you posted on how things are progressing. While you are sitting there waiting, I was just made aware of the fact that the Badass Garage people are out in full force. And if you've got some sort of a space back at your house that needs some decoration, well, you've come to the right place. They have got all kinds of stuff there. And if you're looking for something for Father's Day, this is perfect. They have got all kinds of signs and everything else for sale. They were set up down by the pro shop, close to the racing strip. So head over there. They've got some balloons and dinky cars and everything else. Some of it's by donation, but they've got a lot of other things that will be just perfect for Father's Day or for your office space setup, regardless of what it is. So check them out. The good folks at Badass Garage. They are down there. Ask for Amy. I'm not sure if she's there or not, but I have her card. But somebody will be there. Check them out. And while you're there, check out the pro shop as well. So lots of things that you can be doing to busy your time as we continue to clear up the racetrack. Time for a bit of an update, and it would appear that we are getting very close to getting back into racing action. They're saying about another 10 minutes or so. So if you're wandering through the pits, it might be good to start wandering back to your place in the stands as we are going to get set for the continuance of qualifying and eliminations here today. So about another 10 minutes or so, you're going to start to see, as I am, some of the vehicles leaving the scene. They are getting ready to do the last minute touches. So yeah, you want to start heading back to your seats slowly but surely. We have a couple of cars left in the second qualifying session here for Doorslammers, and then I'm looking right behind those two cars and I see a couple of Top Fuel Harleys. So we got some Harley action with nitro methane. That will be coming up right after that, and then we'll be going into qualifying with the motorcycles, the Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association, CMDRA. They will have their second round, and then we will pick things up with junior dragsters and continue on through the elimination program. So that is the status right now. So you want to start moving back into your spot on the bleachers. If you're a spectator that is new to drag racing here at Mission Raceway, and you're wondering what's going on here, what's that all about, what are they doing that for, you may want to head over to the Pro Shop. I believe they have some brochure handouts there. Drag Racing 101. It's a nice little three-fold handout, full color, that breaks everything down for you. It gives you a little diagram of the timing equipment that is on the racetrack. It explains in real simple terms everything that's going on so that you can better understand all the things that either we're talking about or that you see happening on the racetrack. So check that out. Drag Racing 101, available at the Pro Shop. If they don't have any left, I know I'm looking behind and I can see a big box of them there. There's another little brochure that talks about the Junior Drag Racing League as well, because that is certainly something that has grown by leaps and bounds here at Mission Raceway. We have got upwards of, well, over 20 junior dragsters here on the property today, and that looks to be the modus operandi for the rest of the year. There will be a good field as these young drivers make their way through the Junior Drag Racing League and then up into the full-size cars if that is their destiny or if they choose that. So it is wonderful to see the junior drag racers here, all part of the Summit ET Racing Series, but the junior dragsters have their own series as well. They even have their own final events. So it is, by all accounts, a huge success. Looking ahead on the racing calendar, here we are, race 6 and 7. This is the events this weekend, but you'll also see that June 4th and 5th, we've got the next weekend of races, race number 8 and 9 in the Summit ET Series, and that event will also include race number 4 for the BC Super Shifters, It will also include Super Combo Race 4 and Doorslammers, race number 2, if I have my counting correct. And then in mid-June, 17, 18, and 19, we've got the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series divisional race here. And that will include the Doorslammers as well. So, major NHRA event taking place through the weekend of June 17th, 18th, and 19th. And then at the end of June, Door Wars 10. If you're into the action that you're seeing with the Canada West Doorslammers and you want to see more of it, well, I can't tell you there'll be a bigger race than Door Wars 10. You want to check that out, June 30th, July 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. It is quarter mile and eighth mile racing at its finest, and lots of racing at night. It is an event that is a major thing unto itself. So Door Wars 10, the end of June, beginning of July. Then there is a new event, TNT Motorsports West Coast Classic, a big bracket event taking place in July 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. And then at the end of July, the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags take over Mission Raceway. That's always a well-attended event. Everything pre-1972, so it's nostalgia racing at its finest. You want to be here for that, July 29th, 30th, and 31st. And then one of the biggest races of the year, the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder event, mid-August, August 18th, 19th, 20th, and 21st. That will coincide with the NHRA Summit Series Race 10 and 11. Also includes the Super Shifters, Super Combo, Doorslammers, and so Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Big event. As we get more details, make sure you keep track of what's happening on the Facebook page. You'll find out all the latest information there first and foremost, and then on the Mission Raceway webpage. Then, following that event, September 10th and 11th, Summit Racing Series Event 12 and 13, and the Mission Finals on the 24th and 25th. We close out the season September 30th, October 1st and 2nd with the West Coast Outlaw Shootout. So quite an amazing schedule of races that we have got planned for your enjoyment here in 2022, and we look forward to seeing everyone back for all of these events. We're getting set to get back into action here today. That's going to happen in just a few more minutes, so I would certainly suggest it's time to head back to the bleachers as I see the tractors making one of their final sweeps. So we'll get back into action in just a few more minutes. See the sprayer working on the start line. That is a absolutely good sign that we are getting minutes away from sending cars down the track. Do a last-minute rub. Get that traction compound worked in. And we have got 2 cars left in the Canada West Doorslammers to make their qualifying runs. And then we go into some Top Fuel Harley action, and then we go into Canadian Motorcycle Drag Racing Association qualifying session number 2, and we are back into eliminations in the ET series. So there you go. Time to head back to the fence, head back to the benches, head back to the bleachers, wherever you were sitting. Hopefully you had some time to grab a souvenir or 2 or 3. So attention in the pits to all of the drivers in the Canada West Doorslammer series. There will not be a 3rd hit today, so you are free to take care of general maintenance around the pit area or whatever you like. There will be no 3rd hit today for Canada West Doorslammers. You will have one more hit tomorrow morning around 10 o'clock. Before eliminations get underway a little bit later on in the morning or just after lunch. So by all means, no more qualifying for Canada West Doorslammers. You are off the clock. And you will be back on the clock at 10 o'clock tomorrow-ish. So tractors are off the racing surface. Safety crew is back in position. We are going to get the burnout box ready and light up the last 2 of the Doorslammers. And they will complete their qualifying. So Paul Stretch and Rod Leclerc, final 2, the Doorslammers, before we were interrupted with some maintenance on the track. That is all taken care of now. Everything has passed muster at the top end. So Paul Stretch and Rod Leclerc will be in the water box doing their burnouts, warming up the tires, cleaning up the tires. So currently Paul Stretch over here in the 2002 Cavalier, the red Cavalier, in the number 3 spot. And Rod Leclerc in the number 2 spot in his 67 Camaro. Number 1 spot occupied by John DeYoung. So Rod Leclerc, self-employed, out of Victoria, BC. Paradise Home sponsored blue Camaro. 67 Camaro. Got 7 years of driving in the Canada West Doorslammer Series behind him. Looking forward to the years ahead, no doubt. Rod Leclerc, first run, 676 at 204 miles an hour. Paul Stretch, 725, 185 miles an hour. Paul Stretch from Duncan, also on the island, Mid-Island Engines. Got 638 cubic inch big block Chevy under the hood of Paul Stretch's Cavalier. 598 cubic inches in the Camaro. Here we go. Rod Leclerc, Lordco lane. Paul Stretch, TCS lane. They roll forward to break the pre-stage and stage beams, get set for their second qualifying hit. Second and final of the day. One more tomorrow. Nobody anxious to stage beams are lit. Roll forward another few inches to break the stage beams. Here we go. Paul Stretch, 726 with a 5, 185 miles an hour. Rod Leclerc, 852, so he will stand on that 676 from round number 1. And now we're going to head into some Top Fuel Harley action. I was reflecting on the records, Top Fuel Harley records here, set back in 2014. Damian Cowden, 624 is the ET record, 624. Mile per hour that same weekend was set by Tommy Grimes of Ray Price Racing at 234 miles an hour. Notice how they start the bikes without the rider on. That is a safety move. If something should happen, they do have essentially Kevlar vests, but taking all precautions by firing Nate Gagnon, probably on the local side, easily the quickest Top Fuel Harley rider in these parts. Big Kids Racing, that's his enterprise. You'll see his daughter, CL, in junior dragsters. So here's Nate Gagnon, Qualicum Beach. Nice, smooth, clean run. 663 at 216 miles an hour. 663 on 2 wheels, powering through 216 miles an hour. We'll take a quick run out the top end. There was some smoke on his run, so we'll just make sure that that wasn't anything that was left on the track. Safety first. Well, we didn't want to hear that, but when you saw that puff of smoke at the top end, that was Nate's engine doing a little bit of disassembling. And so, yes, you're seeing the scrubber move again. So we have to clean that top end. It's going to be a little bit of a smaller cleanup this time, but we've got to make sure that the track is safe for all the racers who follow along. So I'm not sure what to tell you. I really, I know that we all hate it when that happens, and the racers themselves hate it when that happens because that means a lot more work for them. But nonetheless, we've got to take care of business on the track, so we really appreciate your patience as we deal with what's happening at the top end. And it'll be just a few minutes. I haven't gotten word officially from any of the safety crew, but there's going to be some work that they'll have to do there before we let the bikes proceed. So we'll keep you posted as soon as I get any official word. And just a heads up for all of the drivers in the Canada Doorslammer series. There is no third session for you. No qualifying third session. That third qualifying run will be tomorrow morning. So you are done for the day with your 2 sessions, and there will be a third in the morning, but you are off the clock as of today. So we continue with a little bit of track cleaning up at the top end where Nate's Top Fuel Harley had its problem. So we're going to be busy and down for just a few more minutes. So word from the top end is 15 minutes at the most. So we are probably under 15 minutes before we continue with motorcycle action down this raceway. So you can start heading back to your spot on the bleachers. But, yeah, 15 minutes at the most. Hey, good news, folks. Thanks for waiting it out with us. We have got one more Nitro Harley coming your way. And we've got the cleanup all taken care of, so the track is in good shape again. Jim Schellenberg is going to be making a run in his Top Fuel Harley. Once again, you've got a motorcycle that weighs about 1,000 pounds, that has 1,000 horsepower. So that ratio dictates that that is one wild ride. So we see Jim standing off to the side while they fire it up, just in case something happens. There have been occasions where on startup it backfires or something, so always safer to stay off side of the bike. I mentioned earlier when Nate was firing up, they do wear like a Kevlar vest to protect them in case something happens, because they are laying flat on those heads. Jim, a truck driver from Surrey. Got big shout out going to LMS Reinforcing Steel, Alder Auto, Cool Coat, Heads Unlimited, CAD Incorporated, and Amsoil. Burnout coming for Jim Schellenberg. So you see Jim move over to the inside line of the groove. Front wheel was up, and he's drifting close to the wall, and yeah, he gets out of the groove just at the stripe. Wheels it back in, but that front wheel was up for a good 330 feet, as that bike just was relying on the rear tire all the way through. Goes 714, 153 miles an hour. So we move into second round of qualifying, second and final round of qualifying for the CMDRA motorcycles on the property. Here is a pair. Attention to the pits. We need junior dragsters. Peden Industries junior dragsters. Bring them up to the staging lanes. 1 and 2. Thunder in 1, Lightning in 2. And then we're going to have, following that, Super Pro on standby. PD on the wheelie bar stands for Pro Dragster. Purpose built. They are burning nitromethane, but they're smaller engines than we saw in the other Top Fuel Harleys. Pro Dragster can be an engine up to 122 cubic inches. So TCS lane under full pull, 825, 161 miles an hour. Off the throttle at 1256 on the Lordco side, 75, so just coasting through. Pro Dragster. Our next bike down is in the Pro Fuel category. So Pro Dragster, V-twins up to 122 cubic inches. Pro Fuel, same idea, only a larger engine. V-twin up to 151 cubic inches. Al Miles from Spruce Grove, Alberta. Wipe the front tire so that it has a little bit more grip and not going to slip while he heats up that rear slick. Miles heads down track. Stops the clocks with an 861, 159 miles an hour. Two more into the water box. That's Matt Smith and Gary Christopher. You'll see the PM on their wheelie bars. I was told earlier it was the Pro Modified class. Now I think it's called Pro Extreme. So purpose-built, highly modified, production-based engine dragsters. Gary Christopher is from Hope here on the TCS side, and Matt Smith from Merritt on a Suzuki over on the Lordco side. So both riders getting set. Christopher ran a 682 first time out, Smith a 754, so they'll be looking to improve on those times. riders managing to stay pretty much in the groove. Christopher goes 674, 189 miles an hour. Nice straight pass. 754 actually. 173 for Matt Smith. So Gary Christopher, 674. Nice straight pass. Matt Smith, 754. So Gary Henkel getting some very precise staging indications from a crew member. Wants him deep inside the groove on the center. And so that's exactly where he's put that Suzuki. Gary from Cold Lake. Pretty much along that line, ran 760, 184 miles an hour, way better than the 1377 he ran earlier. So 760 with a 2 at 184 miles an hour. It's a good run. Gary Henkel from Cold Lake. think a lot more racers are going to be taking that very same spot off of the start line. Steve Abbassini from Poco, riding an 1100cc Honda. So he veers well over towards the wall, but manages to bring it back into the center. Goes 804, 150 miles an hour. So it is looking like that is a nice launch spot off of the start line. The VP stands for V-Pro gas burning, V-twin based engines, modified obviously for drag racing. It is a heads up class, V-Pro. Not sure exactly how many we have in that category, but there is one on the line right now. Ran a 1061 first time out, 136 miles per hour, so probably looking to make an improvement on that. 1061. And does so big time. 842, 148 miles an hour, so big improvement. Much nicer run. Designation SB, standing for Superbike. Tower side, that is Dallas Larson in a Suzuki. Attention in the pits, Super Pro. Back of staging, you are on a ladder. We need you to the back of staging. You are on a ladder. Super Pro, bring them up. As Dallas Larson and Dana Corky head down to the quarter-mile stripe. Dana runs 883 at 153 miles an hour. Dallas 975. So if I looked at my screen properly, I think both riders made improvements on that pass. $975 for Dallas, pretty much on par with what he did before. Roger Bouchard from Merritt. Getting close to the wall on the right-hand side of the groove. Gets off the throttle a little bit. 842 at 153 miles an hour. So picks up a couple of tenths off of his first run. 842, he ran 860 earlier in the day. 121, this time 153 miles per hour. Here we go Tom Turan, sitting on his motorcycle here, tower side. 2017 Suzuki. Tom out of Maple Ridge, ran 879 earlier. In the other lane, Clayton Potter, Kawasaki. Clayton getting ever so close to the center, but manages to veer it off and sail through with an 889. Tom goes 869, 156. Adam Hetler. Adam Hetler's over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Ran a 970 earlier in the day. No time or information on the rider over on this side, and obviously having a little bit of problems off the start line, as just not able to launch at all. 970 is the time for Hetler. 970 at 138, so about the same as he did earlier in the day. Neil Churchill from Edmonton heading down the quarter mile here on his second qualifying pass. Runs a 963, so not quite up to the 958 he ran earlier, 146 miles an hour. He'll stand on the 958 from before. Our next pair, Jeremy Lott and Elias Dick. PCS lane, that's over here tower side. Jeremy Lott hails out of Red Deer, ran a 974 earlier in the day at 130 miles an hour. Elias in the Lordco lane on a Suzuki ran 1019 earlier. So Harley Davidson, tower side, Suzuki, spectator side. Did Willie see that Jeremy Lott from Red Deer. Did a final count. We thought we only had about 20 motorcycles earlier in the day, but we actually have more. Over 30 motorcycles as part of the CMDRA, multiplying as we speak. More riders coming out for this qualifying session. Jeremy Lott runs a 979 with an 8, 132. 942 in the other lane, 942 and a 9, 122 miles an hour. As we continue to work our way through this second round of qualifying. This will be the second and last round for the motorcycles. They will have another hit in the morning before they go into their elimination rounds. Peter Gerst from Maple Ridge in the water box. Ran a 10:28 earlier. Struggling to keep the bike in the center. Dieter stops the clocks at 10:25. 10:25, 132 miles an hour. Bill McDonald from Mission on a Kawasaki, making his run 937, 138 miles an hour, so a big improvement over his, well, it was a massively big number. So Bill McDonald improving 937. Hot Twins, that is the category HT. Thinking it was the old category, Hot Harley, HH. So not the greatest run over on the TCS lane. 1165, 1054 on the Lordco side. So on the TCS side, it's a 12:16, 109 miles an hour, 14:95 on the Lordco side, 96 miles per hour. Trying to keep the front end of that bike down. It is taking a lot of run out of that. Was through with an 11:17. Tom Turand went 8:71 with 157 mile per hour. TCS run goes 9:72 on the TCS lane, 137 miles an hour, 9:55. On the Lordco side, 148 miles an hour. So if you think that you're seeing some of the same racers over and over again, your eyes do not deceive you. There are a number of racers in all categories who race multiple classes. So in the case of Tom Turand here, you saw him race earlier, put a qualifying time down for one class, and here he is putting down another qualifying time in a different motorcycle class. So riders are allowed to do that, assuming that they can make the connection between the top end and here. So the Harley on the Lordco side runs 8:60. Tom Turand 8:73. The Harley 132 miles an hour, 142 for Tom Turand. So motorcycle qualifying completed for the day. Junior dragster now, and this will be first round of eliminations. We start with Junior Thunder, Peden Industries Junior Thunder. And again, it works on the handicap system to the 8th mile. Jackson Dew here on the tower side, 898. Emily White, 890. So 8/100ths of a second handicap will be going to Jackson here on the tower side. He wants to thank JBS and Grandpa for their support. Emily over on the Lordco lane wants to give a big shout out to Pioneer Truck, Lordco TNT. So again, junior dragsters racing to the 8th mile. And in Thunder, you can be anywhere between 5 years of age and 12 years of age. The younger you are, the slower your car obviously is set up to run. And as you get closer to 12, they do run quicker. So who's it going to be at the stripe? Win light comes on for Emily White as Jackson breaks out. Goes quicker than the 898, ran 892. Emily 898 on an 890 dial, so she is safe and will advance into the next round of Thunder. Here comes Wesley Armstrong and Hunter Gallant. Attention to the pits. Hot Rod, we need you to the lanes. Your first round of eliminations. Hot Rod to the lanes. We need you in lanes 1 and 2. As Wesley Armstrong rolls forward, sponsored by BD Diesel and Badass Garage. Hunter Gallant, BDL Auto, Super Steve Tires. So we will have a brief opportunity for license and test. They put you on standby and you will be running after Hot Rod. So the handicap here going to the junior dragster tower side, 1395 dial. You can see that up on the reader board. There goes Wesley. He went red. Wesley turns the red bulb on, leaving too soon. Hunter Gallant gets the win. Hunter runs his dragster to the 8th mile, 1198, 52 miles an hour. So a red light taking Wesley out of the competition. Alex Green and April Bond now. Alex Green with the slower of the two dragsters getting the handicap start. Alex has got a dial in of 1390. April 1079. April turns on the red light. April Bond goes red, so Alex Green picks up a win. Runs the junior dragster out to a 1399, 45 miles an hour. April just a little bit too anxious. And now it's Nick's turn for competition against Cadence Rodrigue. Cadence from Chilliwack. Sponsored by Milron Truck and Body. Big shout out going to Ken Specialty, Tri-City Cutting, and Corvette West. Cadence, the Lordco side of the racetrack. Nick Bond here on the Tower side. Dial-in handicap will go to Cadence. She's dialed in at 1198. Nick 892. So Nick obviously the quicker of the two. So Cadence turns the light red. Nick Bond gets the win light. Nick runs 896 on an 892 dial, so would have been safe. 71 miles per hour. Here comes Connor Jackson now and Adam Katnick. In the Lordco lane from Abbotsford. Connor says big thanks to TKO Hot Rods and Fitness Lab. He's running a 2004 Cosby chassis junior dragster, dialed in at 1056, so he gets the handicap start over Adam Katnick out of Maple Ridge. Getting sponsorship from TK Performance, dialed in at 899. So Connor's 1056 gives him the handicap start on the Christmas tree. So it's a green light start for both junior dragster riders. And it's a win light for Adam Katnick. Adam runs a 909, 71 miles an hour. Connor, neither of them broke out. It just turns out that Adam had a better reaction time, an 83, and then he got there first. So Ashton Katnick now and McKenna Thompson. So McKenna 1039 dial, Ashton 1432, and that means Ashton gets a big whopping handicap start. Just about 4 seconds of a handicap start. 1432 over a 1039. So Ashton over here on the Tower side, you will see leave very first. And the red light comes on for Ashton with the handicap start, trying to take advantage of the tree, full advantage. Left too soon, turned on the red light, so McKenna Thompson gets the win, runs 10:43 with a 6 at 63 miles an hour. Reaction time 0:38 for McKenna. Odd number of junior dragsters, so Hunter Thompson gets the bye run here. Can do no wrong. 11:48 dial in. So Hunter makes his way down to the 8th mile stripe. He gets the bye run. Qualified quickest 11:61, 53 miles an hour. Qualifying is done by reaction time, so Hunter will advance into the next round. And that'll do it for Junior Thunder, Peden Industries Junior Thunder. We're going to roll into Lightning. Quicker of the two categories. 8 junior dragsters in the Lightning category. Kick things off with Aiden Katnick and Dee Stanley. Again, with the sun out, take a look at the dragsters. You see all the fine detail. Was in the pits looking at Dee Dee's dragster, and there is all kinds of special work being done to different parts of that dragster that you just do not see from far away. Well worth walking in the pits and taking a close look. Dee Stanley, 9:07 over on the Lordco side, getting the handicap start. They both go red, but the lesser red for Aiden Katnick. So Aiden gets the win, runs 8:02 at 76 miles per hour. When they both go red, the True Start system automatically takes into account who was closer to the green light start, and in this particular case, that was Aiden Katnick. Lincoln Shirk over here tower side. Brand new wrap on that junior dragster. That wrap done, of course, by, you guessed it, Image Motorsports. You too could have a car wrapped that nicely. I was looking at it in the pits. It's all pre-printed and applied. Great looking junior dragster. Lincoln Shirk, 8:18, will be advancing into the next round because Abigail White just went red. So Lincoln Shirk gets the win, goes 8:25, 79 miles an hour for the win. Lincoln advancing into the next round. Here comes Colton Morin and Emma Debris Coos. Colton dialed in at 797 in his brand new 2022 Mike Boss chassis junior dragster. That white junior dragster is brand new. It's as brand new as can be. One of Mike Boss's latest creations. Top of the line work there. Emma Debris, 920 the dial in. So Emma, sponsored by BD Lift Track Services, will be leaving first. Gets the handicap start of a 9:20, and Colton will have to be patient and wait for his green light. Emma is staged, so is Colton. Here comes the tree. Emma goes red, turns the light red, and Colton has a perfect reaction time. Trip zip. So perfect reaction time for Colton Morin, and his new dragster runs 799 at 81 miles an hour. So how about that? Perfect reaction time for Colton. That's going to bring up Lexi Winterbottom, Lordco lane, CL Gagnon, TCS lane. Bowtie Ventures, your sponsor for Lexi Winterbottom in the blue and yellow dragster. Over here, Big Kids Racing out of Qualicum Beach. Courtney Fountain Tire providing some sponsorship as well for CL. The handicap start will go to the Lordco lane. 8:23 is the dial-in time for Lexi against a 795 for CL. That is a very fast junior dragster in the Lightning category. So Lexi and CL head down track, and it is a red light for CL. So win light for Lexi, who goes 8:22 at 79 miles per hour. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. License and test. You are called to the lanes 5 and 6. License and test. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. This will be yet another licensing pass. So 25, 51, 18 miles per hour. So it's a licensing pass. Getting familiar with the car. And that will do it for Junior Dragsters. Looking at the staging lanes, 15 cars in the Super Pro category. Image Motorsports Super Pro, 15 cars sitting in the staging lanes for their first round of eliminations. Burnout's complete for the first pair as Jason Gibson and Martin Rochelle get set for their first round of competition. This is eliminations. 15 cars in the category. Half of them move forward. Half of them look forward to tomorrow. Martin Rochelle, usual 1090 dial over on the Lordco side in his 78 Malibu. Jason Gibson, 985 for the 66 Mustang. So Martin Rochelle gets the head start, and Jason goes red in pursuit. So win light comes on for Martin Rochelle. You see the green light on the reader board. He pulls in a 1088, 128 miles an hour. Because his win light was on, he was able to drive through and not necessarily adhere to his dial-in. Next pair coming to the line. In the pickup tower side, that's Richard Love, SS Motorsports. It's a 1989 S10, dialed in at 1190, so the handicap going to the pickup. In pursuit will be Darren Buick in a Nova. Richard Love turned the red light on, so win light comes on automatically for Darren Buick. Takes the 67 Nova to a 903 at 147 miles an hour. Brings up the next pair, Kelly Voss in the dragster. Jan Christensen over in the other lane. Category is Super Pro. Kelly Voss from Pitt Meadows. It's a hardtail chassis. Supercomp dragster running in Super Pro 901. Handicap going to the dragster. But Kelly turns the light red, so Jan Christensen gets the win. Goes 858, 159 miles an hour, takes the Nova into the next round. John Jenkins now and Ted Buss. Attention in the pits, Super Shifter. We need you in the lanes. 3 and 4, Super Shifter. We need you in the lanes. Bring them up, 3 and 4. So John Jenkins repairing the pickup that and it doesn't look healthy now. No, a little bit of smoke coming out of John Jenkins. So runs a 10.92 for the win. 114 miles an hour against Ted Buss, who went red. But there was a little bit of smoke, so safety crew will be checking just to make sure that there was nothing else than smoke. Sitting patiently at the start line, Mike Robinson and Wes Vath. Vath is from Kamloops. He's a machinist there, driving that white 83 Firebird. This is his 12th year of racing and his 3rd year in the Super Pro category. Now the goal this weekend, he says, is to break that 150 mile per hour barrier. He wants to thank sponsor Lordco. And he gets the handicap start. So Wes Vath in the white Firebird, Mike Robinson in that 27 Ford T Roadster. No 150 for Wes Vath and no win light for the second round as Mike Robinson runs a 9.19, 137. And he will advance into round number 2 of Image Motorsports Super Pro. Now here's something you don't see every day. Al McKay Smith over on the Lordco side in the 65 Nova wagon. No, you see those from time to time. Roger Manson is what you don't see very often. Now it's called 1942 Jeep. I'm going to study that for a while and look to see where that Jeep actually is. Roger Manson dialed in at 9:11. So the pink Nova will leave the start line first. And the Jeep, that's what it says, the Jeep will be in hot pursuit. Win light comes on for Al McKay Smith. So he runs a 9:56, 134 miles an hour. So we continue in Super Pro as Craig Johnson will do battle against Justin Bond. Bond in the dragster. He's a welder in Mission and well-known pro mod driver on the NHRA circuit, doing stellar work all this year so far. And just to be home and race his other cars. So 2013 M&M chassis dragster in the Super Pro category. Craig Johnson, well, he's in his 79 Malibu wagon that he runs in the Super Pro category. 1070 dial in against Justin's 706. Handicap start of about 3 seconds, almost 4 seconds, will be going to Craig Johnson. Staging ever so carefully to take full advantage of reaction times. Here comes Justin Bond. It's going to be tight at the top end as no, he does not get around him. Craig Johnson gets the win. Goes 10.76, on a 1070 dial. So Craig Johnson going into the next round, bumping out Justin Bond here in competition. First round action in the Image Motorsports Super Pro category. That takes us into first round action for Hot Rod. 16 cars in the category. First pair, nice 1964 Ford Ranchero. That is Bill Halicki. He's your number 3 qualifier. Rob Monroe in the other lane, Model A. There are 2 Rob Monroes here if you're keeping track. This is the senior from Langley, 31 Model A with 414 cubic inch small block Chevy. The Ford, as all Ford fans would hope, has a 427 Ford in it. So Bill gets the handicap start. The Ranchero dialed in at 1082 against Rob's 895. He leaves first. And Rob Monroe goes red, turns on the red bulb, and wind light comes on for Bill, who then runs a 11 flat, 119 miles per hour. Rob Monroe went 008 red, 909 at the stripe. Bert Worrell and Jim Benke. Benke's got a 1003 dial on his 67 CUDA. Bert Worrell from Langley, 67 Nova. Benke in his traditional wheels up launch. Both cars leave clean and green. Reaction time way better for one of them. And Benke on the brakes goes 1049. Knowing that his competition was nowhere in sight. 1049, 91 miles an hour. And now Martin Dykstra and Steve Wilson. Wilson from Ladner in the 63 Chevy 2. Dialed in 1185. And again, you can see that out on the reader boards at the top end. You can actually see who gets the handicap start. You'll know ahead of time. 1185 for Wilson. Dykstra in the Roadster, 957. So Dykstra, sponsored by MCD Racing, Sweet Legs from Hope, BC. Also a big shout out to Emco Waterworks, iPix Incorporated, and Allquip Diesel. So the Chevy 2, 1185. 2714, 957. But he's green on the start. It'll be decided at the top end who's closest to the reaction time. It will be Dykstra. Dykstra goes 966 on a 957 dial, so he runs 114 miles an hour and will advance into the next round. Glenn Fillingham now in the 68 AMX over on the spectator side. 1208 is the dial. 1288 for Martin Jackman and his 64 Chevelle wagon. Wagon leaves just a fraction of a second ahead of the AMX. Reaction times almost identical, so once again, it all is going to happen at the top end, and it's a win light for the wagon as they both break out. Fillingham goes 1206 on a 1208, 1287 on a 1288 for Martin Jackman, and so he is closer to his dial and he advances to the next round. Sylvia Hoogston and Rob Monroe, the next pair. Rob Monroe in the 69 Acadian, 1079, Sylvia Hoogston. 1265, so Sylvia in the Mustang leaves first. And once again, everybody is green. Will Rob Monroe catch up to Sylvia at the stripe? Yes, he does, as they both break out. 1076. 1076 is good for the win for Rob Monroe. Sylvia ran at 12:55 at 12:65. So Rob Monroe going into the next round. Randy Hermson now and Dustin Hunter. Randy Hermson dialed in at 13:38. Dustin Hunter, 9:15 in that 64 Ford Falcon. Dustin from Chilliwack, Randy from Mission. Handicap start will be going to the big Oldsmobile. He may have a fiberglass front end, but it's still over 3,800 pounds. Got 371 cubic inch Olds power, pushing that lumbering pile of metal to the top end, and he manages to stay ahead for the win. Obviously, because of the red light. Dustin Hunter turning the light red in pursuit. Randy Hermson goes 13:35 at 103 miles an hour. Terry Charles now, and your 2021 champion in the hot rod category, Rob Hodgson from Mission. So Terry Charles in the 56 Chevy, 10:20 is the dial in. Hodgson gets the handicap start. We'll get about half a second. They both leave clean and green, and they will decide this matchup at the stripe. Win light, Rob Hodgson, 1086, 108 miles an hour. And we've got our final pair in the hot rod category. And that's going to be the out of time Chevy Nova of Mark Brenzinger. 1018 is the dial on the window and the reader board. Jerry Brabander, previous champion in the category. 62 Chevy 2. From Cloverdale, 1063 on the window. So handicap start about 0.5 of a second, going to the Lordco lane. A couple of good reaction times this time out, no question about it. At the stripe, though, it will be a win light for Mark Brenzinger as Brabander goes too quick. 10:19 with a 3 at 129 miles an hour. So the out-of-time Nova, sponsored by Vinny's Speed Shop and Bail Bonds, going into round number 2 of Hot Rod. So that's going to take care of that action. It's also going to take care of me. So I'm going to be heading out and turning everything over to good buddy. Oh, as soon as he gets a microphone, Nolan. Good to have you back in the tower. You were out at the ET booth for the longest time. Was it air conditioned out there, or was it hot?
Well, you make do with what you got. I'll say that much.
That's a good way. Be content in whatever situation you're in. I like it.
Could be 30 or 40 degrees out like it was last summer. So it hasn't gotten too bad just yet.
Well, I think you got a bit of a night ahead of you if all the racing continues. And I want to say thanks for picking up where I'm leaving off. And I'll see you first thing in the morning.
I will definitely look forward to that.
You may sleep over.
I'm not quite that devoted.
Well, there
not
you go.
yet, at least.
All right.
So we are down for a little bit of track prep for the time being, but we should be back up and running with cars on the track in a few minutes. So that was an X275 car that you just heard running down the racetrack. They race out to the 8th mile. And he stops the clocks at 5.261 at 126 miles an hour. And that'll bring up Daniel Rodriguez in the Outlaw 275. Again, also racing out to the 8th mile. .031 on the tree as he makes his test pass. 4.919 at 144 miles an hour. And that will bring Kevin S. Two tenths good on the tree. This will be a full pass of the quarter. A little bit of smoke out of the back end. Parachutes deployed. Went through at a 7.890 at 141 miles an hour. So definitely off the throttle and on the brakes. Was 142 miles when he was at the 8th. pits, attention in the pits. We're going to be making the call for Super Combo to come on down to the lanes. So Super Combo, please make your way on down to the staging lanes. So Jason Gibson going to be making another test hit on the day over in the Lordco lane. And rolling in the water box, you will see a blown dragster ready to rumble. Looking like a solid pass for Gibson. Ran at a 5.631 in the 124 miles at the 8th. That brings up Steve Horn in the Willys out of Burnaby, BC. .007 on the tree for Steve Horn. And at the quarter, 6.644 at 180 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Due to some of the backups that we have had in our programming today, we are not going to be allowing any test hits for drivers that have been eliminated in competition. So if you have ran in your race and have been eliminated, you are not going to be allowed to make a test hit. Still a fair bit of a program to get through, and we would like to get through said program hopefully by the end of the night. How's that for a burnout? Wanting to blow those tires off all the way out to the 60-foot. Derek Shirk gets set to make another test hit. OAT on the tree. This is a good pass. Lifts off at the 8th mile. 4.828. Was only 126 miles an hour when it went through. As the chutes deploy. All right, well, it's time to call up Sportsman for second round of eliminations. Sportsman, we need you to the staging lanes for second round of eliminations. And for the folks running in Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket, well, you know what that means. You're on standby. Whoa, look out, look out. Ladies and gentlemen, stay where you're at. Stay where you are at. Let safety crews do their work. Stay where you are, please. So good news to report. As you can see by the crew starting to clean up the racetrack, it is fairly obvious at this point that while the car might be a little bit worse for wear, the driver that had that wild ride at about the 8th mile mark is okay. Was able to leave the vehicle and, well, I imagine probably won't be making too many more hits at the track over the weekend, but the good news is, once again, driver is okay. So we're obviously going to be down for a little while longer to fix up the track, clean up debris, but we'll be back up and running in a little while. therefore, it is safe to say we are back racing. That was our last licensing hit. And I believe now we move into super shifters. Well, if you didn't know we're back racing, you're gonna know now after that smoke show. Grant Clone in the 67 Fairlane, dialed in at 895, going up against Will Zorick in the Chevrolet for BC Super Shifters, first round of eliminations. Something flying off Grant Clone's car at the starting line. Will Zorick better on the tree. And Grant Clone breaks out at 882 on the 895 dial. Will Zorick got there first by 7 thou. And he'll move on to round 2. Attention to the pits. Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. Please make your way on down to the stage lanes for round 2 of eliminations. Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. Please make your way down to the staging lanes for round 2 of eliminations. Bill Friend in the Comet going up against Alan Lougheed in the Falcon. Oh, Alan Lougheed goes red, which is good enough for Bill Friend, who had problems getting that thing in gear, but a red light start for Alan Lougheed gives Bill Friend an easy trip into round 2. We're also going to make another hit for Sportsman to come down to the lanes for a second round of eliminations. So Sportsman and Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket, you have both been called into the staging lanes for a second round of eliminations. Terry Hookstons staging in the Volkswagen. Alf Weeb staging the Buick. Alf Weeb goes red. Terry Hookstons gets a freebie. That brings up Dale Posnick in the Riff Raff Racing 1967 Mustang, dialed in at 1012. TCS side. Lordco side, you've got Keith Winterbottom in the Rags to Riches Top Shop Nova, dialed in at 850. Pair of green bulbs. This one is for the top end, but I think I already know who the winner is. Dale Posnick, sure enough, got there first. Had Keith Winterbottom beat on the tree by a good quarter of a second, give or take a couple hundredths. And Posnick goes through to round 2. Keith Winterbottom, he'll have to try again tomorrow. And here comes the VW Beetle, dubbed the Deadly One by its driver, Wayne Davis. Dialed in at 11.18, Jamie Roth in the Comet out of Langley, right beside him. Dialed in at 1011. Pretty big wheel sub launch there for Wayne Davis. Immediately gets out of the groove. Was not going to be making that a complete pass. Jamie Roth will get a free ticket into the second round. Went at a 10.294 to 112 miles an hour on the 1011 dial. That brings up Scott Winterbottom and John DePort. The other Rags to Riches Top Shop Chevy 2 at a 957 dialed in against the 1977 Camaro. Two green balls, but problems for DePort before the 8th mile. Will give Scott Winterbottom a freebie. Pulls over out of the groove on the right-hand side. That'll wrap it up for BC Super Shifters round 1 of eliminations. We roll into Super Combo. Martin Rochelle on a single pass. Went 3 thou under the dial in, but he was not running with a competitor. That'll bring up Warren Jacobson in the Chevy 2, dialed in at a 1090 on the Super Street Index, and over with the Super Gas Index, you've got Dean Peterson in the Mustang. Throttle stops in play. Both drivers now ripping it out to the finish line. Peterson running down Jacobson, but he's not fast enough. Well, he is fast enough, but he breaks out in the process. Warren Jacobson, 10.92 on the 1090 dial. Dean Peterson went under his dial in by just 6 thousandths of a second. That brings up Glenn Inkledon with Dan Parsons beside him. Eagleton goes to Thou Red on the tree. Dan Parsons gets a free pass into the next round. On a wrap-up super combo as Stefan Viech and Jerry Epp. Well, Jerry Epp was supposed to be racing against Stephen Viech, and Viech ended up with the comp single, getting that free pass into the next round. That'll roll us now into Sportsman as we begin our second rotation of eliminations on the night. First pairing up going to be Bill Wells in the TNT Auto Malibu with Mike Brady dialed in at a 1210 beside him in the Sonoma. Well, I'm afraid to say it, I'm not sure if this one is going to be too close, and sure enough, Bill Wells gets there first. This one was decided at the starting line. Bill Wells had a 198 reaction time, Mike Brady 725. So Bill Wells out in front by Mike Brady by almost a second. He will get his ticket into round 3 of eliminations. Attention in the pits, Peden Industries Junior Dragsters, we need you to the staging lanes for round 2. Peden Industries Junior Dragsters, please report to the staging lanes for round 2 of eliminations. Kai Jessamine in the Monte Carlo, going up against Greg Marshall's Cutlass. Drivers separated by just 300th of a second on the dial-ins. This is one for the top end. Jessamine breaks out, give it to Greg Marshall. Jessamine went too fast, trying to stay out in front. That brings up Steve Baskerville in the 2016 Golf. With that 2-liter turbo engine underneath, Gary Fawcett in the Plymouth right beside him. Baskerville trying to run Fawcett down. Could get tight at the quarter mile. Fawcett breaks out, trying to stay out in front. He does get there first, but goes under the dial-in. Went 14.23 on a 14.26 dial. Baskerville moving on. And now for a comp single, Scarlett Morin was supposed to race against Bruce Sturtz, but the Rambler not able to make it. So the Morin Motorsports Malibu gets a free pass to round 3. And that just leaves Sylvia Hoogstens with the bye. So with Sportsman now finished in round 2 of eliminations, we roll into Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. Stu Funk in the Stuart Funk Plumbing Chevelle, taking it to Del Northgraves in the Nova. 1109 to a 1060 dial. Both drivers go red. Stu Funk, the lesser offender, went 040 red on the tree. Northgraves was 119. So Stu Funk will get a free pass. That's the one thing that can help you out when you get a red light. Hope that your opponent went red a little bit more. That will bring up John Vandeven out of Abbotsford, BC in the 1968 Firebird. He'll race against Jeff Bell in the 76 Dart. Dialed in at 9:53. Vandeven goes red. Jeff Bell gets a free ticket to round 3. And here comes Jim Banky. Prepare for a wheel stand launch. Brian Vader's Dodge. Gonna be right beside him. This battle, folks, is going to be a heads-up fight. Both drivers dialed in at 10:04. This is a race that could be decided on the tree. Banky still out in front. Vader broke out trying to run him down. Jim Banky gets that win after Vader went 10:02 on the 10:04 dial. So bring it up, Kim Cornish. Bring it up, Jay White. Another race for the quarter mile. Both drivers green on the tree. Oh my goodness gracious. You cannot get closer than that. 1/10,000th of a second separating the two. Who won it? Kim Cornish. Jay White, I thought had him beat when I saw the 005 to 064 on the tree, but .0001 says otherwise. Kim Cornish gets a pass to the next round. That is quite literally a margin of victory almost impossible to beat. So Bill Wells going to be going up against Veronica Hodgson, 11:69 to an 11:62. Both drivers away on the green. Hodgson has the upper hand on the line, but can't stay out in front. Bill Wells beats her out to the top end, despite being a tenth slower on the tree. Attention to the pits, Image Motorsports Super Pro. They're calling you to the lanes for second round of eliminations. Image Motorsports Super Pro. We need you to the lanes for second round of eliminations. Chris Stone beats Heather Hornall to the line by about 100th of a second or so. Beat Hornall on the tree by 0.08 of a second, and that equated to a win at the top end. And that leaves Dave Jung as the bye. That'll wrap it up for Bubba's Speed Shop Pro bracket. For round 2 of eliminations, we will roll into Peden Industries Junior Dragsters. First car up going to be Emily White, sponsored by Pioneer Truck, Lordco, and TNT. Emily White with the bye after the first round of eliminations will get a free pass to round 3, which I believe will also equate to the semifinals. So first pair in round 2. Going to be Nick Bond and Alex Green. Both drivers racing locally out of Mission. 890 dialed into the 1399. Attention in the pits. We need Hot Rod to the stage and lanes. Hot Rod, please make your way on down to the stage and lanes for your second round of eliminations. Alex Green's already fully staged. Nick Bond still trying to move forward a little bit. Just get that thing pre-staged. Fully staged. Bond's got to be patient as Alex Green leads way ahead of time. Patience might be rewarded here. At the 8th, Nick Bond beats Alex Green and will move on to the semifinals. Going to be making another call for Image Motorsports Super Pro to make your way on down to the staging lanes. Once again, Image Motorsports Super Pro, we are looking for you in the staging lanes for round number 2 of eliminations. And that will bring up Hunter Thompson and Adam Katnick. 11:48. Compared that to an 8:99. Hunter Thompson, 018 red on the tree. Adam Katnick gets a freebie to the semis. And that will make the final pairing in the second round of Peden Industries Junior Thunder. Hunter Gallant with McKenna Thompson right beside him. 1194 to a 1039 dial it. are in the second round of eliminations for Peden Industries Junior Lightning, or I believe just getting set to wrap them up. And that will carry us over into Image Motorsports Super Pro. This race is going to be to determine who's going to be facing off against Colton Moore in the final. Aiden Katnick going up against Lincoln Shirk. Two green bulbs. Lincoln Shirk dialed in a bit longer, but has the upper hand on the retrieve. Breakout for Aiden Katnick, ran 7:88 on the 790 dial. It'll be Lincoln Shirk versus Colton Moore in the Peden Industries Junior Lightning Final. Attention to the pits. BC Super Shifters, we need you back to the stage of lanes. BC Super Shifters, please report back to the stage of lanes for round 2 of eliminations. Rolling into Image Motorsports Super Pro. Alan K. Smith for MTMM Performance in the Nova going up against Jan Christensen's Nova. It's going to make the call for Super Combo to return to the stage lanes for your second round of eliminations, as well as John Jenkins goes red on the tree. Martin Rochelle gets a free pass. That was set to be a heads-up race, but 0-13 red on the tree will mean Martin Rochelle goes through to round 3. So Image Motorsports Super Pro, next time we see them up will be for their semi-final round. We roll into second round eliminations for Hot Rod. And you make another call for Super Combo to make your way down to the staging lanes. Once again, we need Super Combo into the staging lanes. And we're also going to head up BC Super Shifters once more. BC Super Shifters, your class is next. So you need to get down to the staging lanes ASAP. Double breakout at the top end. Randy Hermson will have lost to Rob Monroe, who will get a freebie into round number 3. That brings up Jim Banky and Bill Halicki. Banky leaving second, trying to chase Balicki down in the 65 Ford in the Lordco lane, and gets there. Jim Banky will move on to round 3. Bill Halicki, well, better luck next time. Now here's the out-of-time Nova, once again driven up by Mark Brisinger, dialed in at 10:16. Rob Hodgson with a 1967 Plymouth beside him. Two green bulbs. And a breakout for Brisinger, and that out-of-time Nova gives it to Rob Hodgson. Ran a 10:15 on a 10:16 dial, breaking out by just 3 thousandths of a second. What really sucks is if he had gotten that dial in exactly, he still would have won that by 2 thousandths. That brings up Martin Dykstra with a 9:44 dial in the MCD Racing Roadster. Martin Jackman in the Chevelle, dialed in at 12:86. Dykstra all the way out from Hope, while Martin Jackman racing locally from Mission. And we're going to make that call right away for Sportsman to come back to the stage lanes for round 3 of eliminations. So Sportsman, need you in the lanes for round 3 of eliminations. Dykstra chasing Jackman down, quarter mile. It is going to be Martin Dykstra moving through to round number 3 in Hot Rod. And that will wrap it up for Hot Rod eliminations for round number 2. So we roll into BC Super Shifters and their second round now of eliminations. First pairing going to be Terry Hookstins and Jamie Roth. Two green lights. And at the quarter, Terry Hookstins breaks out 11:55 on an 11:65 dial. Jamie Roth moves forward. Attention to the pits. Still waiting on Super Combo to make your way down to the staging lanes. Super Combo, we need you in the staging lanes for your next round of eliminations. Dale Posnick taking it to Scott Winterbottom. The Rags to Riches Top Shop Chevy 2 going to be doing the chasing. The Riff Raff Racing Mustang trying to stay in front. Winterbottom gets him though, and we'll move into the semifinals. And in fact, make that the final. As Scott Winterbottom, I believe, will get the bye as a result of that latest run. So first paired in the second round of eliminations for Super Combo, Stephen Viich and the Plymouth going up against Dan Parsons' Duster. throttle stops in play. Breakout for Veach gives Dan Parsons a win. And that will bring along Warren Jacobson in the 67 Chevy 2 and Martin Michelle in the 1978 Malibu. Once again, both cars using the Super Street Index at 1090. And gonna make the next call for Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket to make your way on down to the stage lanes once again. Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket, please make your way back on down to the stage lanes for third round of eliminations. Attention in the pits. We are missing one driver from Sportsman. Steve Baskerville, car 777. We are missing you in the stage lanes for Sportsman. Steve Baskerville, car 777. Your class is about to run. Please make your way on down to the stage lanes as soon as you can. So we roll into round 3 of eliminations for Sportsman. Scarlett Morin going up against Sylvia Hookstens. Warren will be leaving first by about a quarter of a second. And goes red. Sylvia Hookstens will move on to the semifinals. And she'll be facing off against Greg Marshall. Now this is a crucial race because whichever one of these drivers wins will get a bye in the semifinals. Therefore, we'll be racing against either Greg Marshall or Sylvia Hookstens in the final. And problems at the top end, so once again, we're going to ask folks to just stay put for the time being while we await for further updates. So a small incident is what we're hearing at the top end. So once again, we're going to ask folks to just stay put for the time being, and we will give you further updates as we receive them. So it looks like we're just about ready to get rolling back into things. The incident in question, Bill Wells, had a small ding with the wall in the shutdown zone, but that's all been cleaned away. Bill Wells is, as I understand it, okay. And we get set to roll back into Sportsman eliminations. Or I should say elimination. Except it's not even an elimination because it's a bye next. Gonna make another call for Image Motorsports Super Pro to make your way on down to the staging lanes. Image Motorsports Super Pro, please make your way on down to the staging lanes. Once again into Bubba's Speed Shop Pro bracket. First pair going to be Jim Banky and Stu Funk. Jim Banky will be leaving about a second later than Stu Funk. 10:04 dialed into an 11:09. Wheels up launch for Banky. And his streak of excellent green lights continues. 001 on the tree will easily net Jim Banky the win by about half a tenth. Kim Cornish in the Stang with the bye for this round. He'll be racing against Jim Banky. Goes 1/10 right on the tree, but that is nothing to worry about. You've got a free pass to the next round, which in this case will net him into the semifinals. Jeff Bell and Chris Stone going to be racing next down the circuit. The 76 Dodge Dart going up against Chris Stone's 68 Stone Cold Racing Machine. Jeff Bell goes red, and Chris Stone gets a free pass. So we're going to be making another call for Peden Industries Junior Dragsters to the staging lanes. We need Peden Industries Junior Dragsters to make your way on back to the staging lanes. Dave Jung, best Bill Wells was one thou better on the tree. That one's one at the top end. That wraps it up for Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. When we see them up next, we'll be racing in the semifinals. Attention to the pits, Adam Katnick in Junior Thunder, car 77, Adam Katnick. We need you in the staging lanes. We are waiting on you. Adam Katnick, car 77 in Junior Thunder. Please make your way on down to the staging lanes. Your competitors are waiting. So Nick Bond and Emily White going to do battle to determine who of them will be racing in the final. In Industries Junior Thunder semi-final at the line. 2 green bulbs. And at the 8th mile, it will be Nick Bond to move on into the final. Got there first by about 1/10 of a second over Emily White. So Nick Bond will be racing in the final. Now the question is, will Katnick or Thompson be racing him? McKenna Thompson was 8th thou red on the tree. Adam Katnick will be facing off against Nick Bond in the Thunder Final. And speaking of finals, welcome to our first final on the night. Peden Industries Junior Lightning will be Colton Moore, TCS side, facing off against Lincoln Shirk, spectator side. Lights. This final is for the 8th. Colton Moore trying to run down Lincoln Shirk. Doesn't get there though. Lincoln Shirk wins in Peden Industries Junior Lightning. So congratulations to Lincoln Shirk and that team for all their hard work. And we'll see if Lincoln Shirk can defend that win when we go racing tomorrow. So we are getting closer and closer to the end of our program, and we are now in semifinals or finals for all of our classes. So at this point in time, we are going to make the call for all drivers still in competition down to the staging lanes. So if you are still in competition today, please make your way on down to the staging lanes. Image Motorsports Super Pro semifinals. Alvin K. Smith and Martin Rochelle going head-to-head, 952 to a 1090. Two Chevys going right up against each other. Both drivers identical reaction times. That's one for the top end, and it says Martin Rochelle gets there first. Both drivers had a great reaction time. 0-1-0 on the tree. That brings up Craig Johnson and Darren Buick. The Johnson's custom exhaust wagon going up against Buick's Nova out of Mission. Two green bulbs. Darren Buick trying to run down Johnson. Johnson's got him on the tree though. 8th out to 1-1-1, and Craig Johnson will move on to the final. So Craig Johnson will be in the Image Motorsports final. That will carry us over now into the BC Super Shifters final. Between Scott Winterbottom and Jamie Roth. Scott Winterbottom wants to go. He stages immediately. Jamie Roth bumping in beside him. Both drivers wrestling into the top band. Jamie Roth gets there first. So Jamie Roth, your winner in BC Super Shifters for the 6th race of the season. Now they have a little bit of downtime. We once again want to give that call for all drivers, both semifinalists and finalists. If you are in competition, please make your way back to the staging lanes as soon as you can. We now roll over into our hot rod semi-final. Rob Hodgson and Rob Monroe dialed in at virtually the same number. Guarantee you almost won't be able to tell the difference unless you're going frame by frame on the starting tree. 1072 to a 1071. Two green bulbs. And at the quarter mile, Rob Monroe moves on to the final, getting there first ahead of Rob Hodgson. Oh, Benke gets a bit close to the center line, still wrestling that thing. Martin Dijkstra, though, goes red. So a very bad launch for Jim Benke turns into a win nonetheless. And I have to say, I think Benke just lucked his way into the hot rod final. And a lot of wheel shake there for the X275 car. And he'll coast through for the top end. So we roll once more into Super Combo. So we roll into our Sportsman semi-final. Sylvia Hookstins and Greg Marshall racing to see who will face off against Steve Baskerville in the final. Hookstins Mustang will leave first, dialed in at 12:55 compared to Marshall's Cutlass, dialed in at 12:26. 2 green lights. Hookstins trying to stay in front. Greg Marshall running her down, closing, got her. Sylvia Hookstins does get there first, but breaks out in the process. Ran a 12:52 on a 12:55 dial. Greg Marshall will face off against the Volkswagen in the final. Attention in the pits. Hot Rod and Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket. We need you in the staging lanes. Once again, we have called all finalists and semifinalists to the staging lanes, but we are particularly looking for Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket and Hot Rod to the staging lanes. Baskerville coasts his way to an easy trip into the final. And that brings Daniel Rodriguez in his Outlaw 275 car back out for another test hit. Wheel shake off the starting line means this will be a scrap run now for Daniel Rodriguez. And the wrap up another class on this clear sky Saturday evening. This time it's for the Peden Industries Junior Thunders. Adam Katnick dialed in at 9 seconds flat. Nick Bond at an 8:93. Katnick is pre-staged in his TK Performance Junior Dragster, now fully staged. Nick Bond bumping his JBS Power Sports machine in. Two green lights. Another final for the 8th mile. Bond is trying to close and makes the pass. Nick Bond will win Peden Industries Junior Thunder in the 6th race of the NHRA Summit ET Series. Beach Shop Pro Bracket semifinal, Kim Cornish versus Benke. The Stang 2 versus the Cuda. Both drivers local at admission. And Kim Cornish goes red. Jim Benke gets the free pass into the final round, coasting through at the top end. And next pairing up to see who will face off against Benke in the final. Will be Chris Stone and Dave Jung. We'll see if the old reliable Dodge can run down the Camaro. Well, it's going to help that Dave Jung went red on the tree by 0.4 of a second. Talk about being caught out early. That means he would have had to have left as soon as that third bulb ticked on. All right, and we get set to roll into now the Image Motorsports Super Pro Final. Craig Johnson and Martin Michelle going to be going head to head. Two green bulbs. Rochelle trying to stay out